This year I will. The adventure of living your dreams. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Aristotle. This year, I'm going to stop worrying so much. I'll get in shape once and for all. I'll stop spending beyond my means. I'll get along better with my family. I'll start that business I've always dreamed about. I'll begin volunteering in my community. I'll finally learn Spanish. How many of us have made a resolution similar to one of these? We all have something we want to change about ourselves or learn to do. Some of us want to lose weight, become more organized, or quit smoking. Others want to tackle the more existential longings, a sense of purpose, more work-life balance, the courage to leave an unfulfilling career and start over. Whether it's New Year's Day, an important birthday, after a divorce, or just because we're fed up, at some point we vow to do that one thing we've always wanted, make that one leap we're afraid of, or give up the thing that plagues us. But by the time the rosy blush of good intentions wears off, the resolution gets pushed aside, because we just don't know how to change. I believe that people can change, not just superficially or temporarily. I believe that we have the ability within us to truly rearrange our inner landscape and make changes happen within ourselves and our lives. This is the cornerstone of all the books I have written and all the work I do with my clients. The awareness that we can stop doing the things that hold us back or cause us suffering and create a life filled with meaning, peace, and ultimately happiness. We can make a dream come true or bring something new into being. Big or small, grandiose or humble, we can have the things we want in life. But it's not easy, as anyone who's tried to change a habit or do something new knows. Our brains create strong tendencies to do the same thing over and over. We say we're going to change. We may even do it for a little while, but soon we find ourselves back to our old habits. To bring new behavior into being takes work. Our brains have enormous plasticity, meaning that they can create new cells and pathways, but it takes mental preparation, particular awareness and attitude, and lots of practice to create a pathway to the new options. 6 to 9 months, say many brain scientists. So much for those 7-day wonder programs. Change requires that we stretch not only mentally, but emotionally and spiritually. It takes energy, determination, and aspiration, the ability to intentionally bring into being something we want. It requires starting over when we blow it or get discouraged. We may be forced to question our assumptions about what we're capable of or confront our deepest fears. An acquaintance of mine starting his own internet business once said, "My whole life I've been afraid of looking like a fool, afraid I've got a sign on my back reading idiot. But to get my business going, I'll have to keep talking to people who say my idea will never work and believe enough in myself and my concept to keep moving forward." When you go toward what you want in your life, you may find yourself in similar challenging places. To top it all off, what works for one person doesn't necessarily apply to another, so the advice you get from magazines, books, and the internet may not be particularly useful for you. The good news, however, is that once you learn your particular success formula, once you've cultivated new inner and outer emotional, mental, and spiritual resources, you can apply those to anything you want to cultivate in yourself. Do you keep hoping that a magic fairy will appear to make your dreams come true? That if you just read enough issues of Shape, those thunder thighs will disappear? You're not alone. Most of us are not concrete enough about what we want, are unrealistic about what we can reasonably ask ourselves to learn, and don't know how to track our progress. Here's what a new client of mine said he wanted to learn in 3 months. To be less nitpicky and fearful, to be more optimistic, to be more responsible and empathetic, to be more creative, to be more productive, to live a healthier life and take better care of myself. How about create world peace while you're at it, I replied. And what does more mean anyway? Even if it was possible to focus on all of this in that time frame, how will you know if you are more of any of these things? As this client so touchingly demonstrated, we expect too much of ourselves and we expect to change overnight. When that doesn't happen, We resign ourselves to staying the same, convinced that we're hopeless, weak, or unmotivated, which makes us more stuck. As another client of mine, eager to lose weight, put it, once I eat the first cookie, I figure I might as well go through the whole box. Social scientists tell us that when we change a habit or follow a dream, we go through 5 stages. Pre-contemplation, when we don't even know we want or need to change. Contemplation, when we say to ourselves, someday I'll do that. Preparation, when we're getting ready to do it soon. Action, as in, I'm starting right now. And maintenance, which means we keep going until we get where we want and stay there. I've structured this book around these stages, beginning with preparing to change. I'm not here to convince you that you should overcome a bad habit or learn something new. I'm assuming you've already figured that out, or else you wouldn't be picking up this book. Although at the beginning of the section, Preparing to Change, I do offer a couple ways to choose which goal to focus on now. This Year I Will is meant to be a companion after you've made the leap to the contemplation stage and are looking for a hand to hold as you move forward. Perhaps you've attempted this resolution before and are worried about getting stuck again. Or maybe this is a change you have no idea how to bring into being. In either case, I want to help you increase the possibility of success. Depending on which survey you're paying attention to, approximately 45% of us make New Year's resolutions, but only 8% succeed. Armed with the information and suggestions in this book, I know you can beat these odds. I've sifted through psychology, religion, philosophy, and brain science, as well as my own experience with clients, to give you the very best advice on what really works to get from point A to point B, no matter what your issue is. Rather than focusing on one resolution, stopping procrastination, controlling anger, finding a mate, losing weight, or getting out of debt, for instance, I'll take you through the process of making whatever it is you want happen. For the past 15 years, as a writer and a thinking partner to executives, as a mother and a daughter, a sister, a friend, a wife, I've been consumed with understanding how and why people change. I've wanted to learn from myself so that I can be as effective as possible with the people I work with every day. What did I do to grow new habits of mind and body in myself? Where and when do I screw up? Why do some folks I talk to make significant leaps while others stay stuck? My thinking about this was intensified recently when I read that 90% of heart patients don't stick to the lifestyle changes they need to in order to live longer and healthier lives. Even faced with the dramatic choice by their doctor to change or die, they can't do it. I don't believe they want to die. They just don't know how to make the choice for life. I'm also motivated by the flood of bad advice I've seen out there. As I write, I'm staring at the cover of a women's magazine. It's the November 28th issue, and the headline blares, "You, 43 pounds slimmer by Christmas." I'm sorry, but you, no matter who you are not going to be 43 pounds slimmer in 28 days using their diet or anyone else's. Such irresponsible advice does a great deal of harm because it creates unrealistic expectations and increases the possibility that we'll give up before we get where we want to go. What I've come to understand is that there are 3 things needed to make any change, mental, emotional, or physical. The first is desire, then intent, finally persistence. Each and every one of the ideas in this book strengthens one of those 3 elements. You will learn how to identify what you really desire, make specific, measurable, achievable goals to focus your intention, avoid common pitfalls that sap your desire and intent, and persist in the face of inevitable setbacks. You'll learn the process is not about getting rid of bad habits. The pathway to your current behavior is there for life, but building new, positive ones. Even stopping a bad habit like smoking is really about creating a new habit, non-smoking. And you'll discover that because of the way our brains are structured, the most powerful thing you can do is to engage your emotional brain in a way that makes it easy, fun, new, and different. Some of what you'll be hearing will be familiar. It's included here because it works. Other ideas, particularly the cutting-edge brain science, will hopefully give you new perspectives and practices to try. And you won't find some usual advice, such as to reward yourself along the way. What's important is to find out what helps you keep your momentum. For some people, that turns out to be rewards. For others, it's something totally different. You'll also encounter a bit of contradictory advice, such as take a tiny first step and give yourself a very big goal. Again, that's because each of us is unique. As I say in all of my books, take what works for you and let the rest go. This is not an ordinary book that you read cover to cover and then put away. It's meant to be a companion to something that you actually do. My hope is that after you read Preparing to Change, you'll pick something specific to work on through the rest of the book. This means going through, getting into action, and trying out the ideas. And it may mean coming back to the section Keeping Going when you find yourself stuck or need to start over. I'm passionate about This Year I Will because, like my past books, it hits upon a very primal and definitive human need, how to cultivate new habits. When we have this invaluable tool in our arsenal, when we know that we can actually bring about the things we want through our very own efforts, the world opens up to us in new ways. We become empowered, and through our empowerment, we experience greater satisfaction and fulfillment in our lives. We become the masters of our fate rather than the victims of old choices. You'll hear from John, for instance, a client of mine who's lost 30 pounds in 4 months when he's never been able to stick to a diet before. His new secret? Rather than seeing cutting out fried foods, his nemesis, as depriving him of something, he's seeing it as a choice to feel good about himself, physically and emotionally. He's incorporating one of the principles of change. Remember what will truly make you happy. You'll also meet Clea, who's been trying for years to complete her memoir and is finally writing every day rather than talking about writing. She did it by asking, what's the price of not changing? You'll also hear about dozens of other folks who got more organized, lost weight, stopped smoking, found meaningful work, or developed greater work-life balance, to name but a few personal changes. It's my fondest hope that their stories will inspire you to take action on the things you want to make happen in your one and only precious lifetime. As we begin, here is the top 10 resolution pitfalls to make you aware of what you need to watch out for. The first is being vague about what you want. 2, not making a serious commitment. 3, procrastinating and excuse making. No time, wrong time, dog ate my homework. 4, being unwilling to go through the awkward phase. 5, not setting up a tracking and reminder system. 6, expecting perfection, falling into guilt, shame, and regret. 7, trying to go it alone. 8, telling yourself self-limiting rut stories. 9, not having backup plans. And 10, turning goof-ups into give-ups. But don't despair. If you listen to and follow the suggestions in this book, you'll be able to navigate past these danger zones and meet with success. This is your life calling. We have only this moment, sparkling like a star in our hand and melting like a snowflake. Let's use it before it's too late. Marie Beynon. A carpenter decided to change careers. He had 2 children and his wife was expecting twins. They needed a larger house, and he needed a job that brought in more money. He went to his boss to explain. The boss was reluctant to see him go, as he was a very fine carpenter. But the carpenter was determined. Finally, the boss asked if he would build just one more house. The carpenter agreed. And he did build the house. But preoccupied with his family and his future, he just went through the motions. He worked on autopilot, and the house wasn't up to his usual standards. Finally, the day came when the house was done. The boss came to inspect. As the two stood at the doorway, the boss handed the carpenter the key. This is my gift to you for all the fine work you've done over the years." The carpenter was in shock. If only he had known this was to be his house, he would have paid better attention to what he was doing. In many ways, we all live our lives like this carpenter building his last house, on autopilot. We go through the motions of our day without paying attention to what we're doing and end up living a less than stellar existence. Scientists tell us that 90% of our daily lives is spent in routine. Such habit is a good thing. We don't have to think about how to brush our teeth or tie our shoes or make toast or drive the car. We learned it by practicing enough for the pathways in our brains to repeat the sequence without our having to think about it. That frees up our brains to do something more interesting and useful, at least in theory. Habit is also a bad thing. Depending on what our habits are, they can become prisons of misery. Habits of negative thinking, of self-destructive behavior, of inertia that is very hard to overcome. We practice these things over and over too, so they've become automatic. And so now we're living in the shoddy house of our own making. I find myself in the kitchen in front of the open refrigerator door with a piece of cheese in my hand. How did I get here? Suddenly my fingernails are chewed to nubs. Did someone sneak in the house and bite them? The tendency to keep doing what we've already done is very strong because the neurons in our brains that fire together wire together. What this means is that they tend to run the same sequence the next time, whether we want them to or not. I love this quote of Edith Wharton that describes this trap so perfectly. Habit is necessary. It is the habit of having habits, of turning a trail into a rut that must be incessantly fought against if one is to remain alive. The brain's tendency to habituate means we go through much of our lives like sleepwalkers. That's why when we want to create new habits or change old ones, our most important ally is being awake to our experience. We've got to become aware of what we're doing or not doing. Throughout this book, there will be many suggestions for how to become and stay awake. But the first step is to truly see your life as the precious, limited time opportunity it actually is. You can make it a beautiful mansion. I have a client in his early 40s who dealt with a serious illness last year that incapacitated him for months. He came to work with me recently because, as he put it, getting sick made me realize that I've been sleepwalking through my whole life. I'm awake for the first time, and I don't want to fall back into numbness again. Your wake-up call can come in many forms. Getting fired, the message from your doctor that you're now obese, a milestone birthday, having to declare bankruptcy, reading an inspirational story of how someone started a bed and breakfast. However and wherever your call arrives, consider it a blessing. Your life, like my life, is finite. It will end, and none of us can say when. Do you want to die in the state you're in, with dreams unrealized, negative habits firmly holding you back? There's a Zen chant that goes, "Life is fleeting, gone, gone, awake, awake each one, don't waste this life." Each of us holds the potential for our unique form of greatness. Whenever we bring something positive in ourselves into being, we come closer to living that greatness in all its dimensions. No matter what new habit or dream we choose to cultivate, we're also growing our souls. For the process of change itself teaches us patience, humor, resolve, gratitude, tenacity, and compassion for ourselves. These precious soul qualities alone are worth the effort. You can achieve what you set out to do. As Christopher Reeve, one of my heroes of greatness, reminds us, so many of our dreams at first seem impossible. Then they seem improbable. And then, when we summon the will, they soon become inevitable. In one of the last interviews he ever gave, he exhorted us all to, quote, "go forward." May the example of his life and words inspire you as you begin this journey to your heart's desire. Section 1, Preparing to Change. The moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. Goethe. One day you decide this is it. You're going to get a great new job, lose 30 pounds, spend more quality time with your kids, get out of debt, learn to be more positive. For whatever reason, you've decided to get yourself in gear on behalf of something you want. Congratulations! You're at the starting point of an adventure of focused attention that will lead not only to one of your heart's desires, but to greater overall self-awareness and effectiveness. Before you just launch out there with great enthusiasm, joining an expensive gym, eating only tofu burgers, papering the internet with your resume, take some time to prepare. The reason? As Naomi Judd likes to say, prior preparation prevents poor performance. This is a crucial first step that many people skip, but you will greatly increase your chances of success if you stop long enough to get clear on your motivation, understand why you've been doing what you're doing up till now, and learn a bit about what fosters and supports real transformation. Don't fear, you won't hang out here forever, just long enough to hear this section. You've got to really want this. One thing is clear to me, you can't do everything you like to do. You must hold on to some things and let go of others. Learning to make that choice is one of the big lessons of this life. reallivepreacher.com. Several years ago, I read something about the scientifically proven best way to do laundry. You're supposed to fill with water first, then soap, then clothes. I've been doing it backwards for almost 50 years. So I decided to start doing it right. It's now 6 years later, and I've never done it correctly. Not even once. I always forget until I've already loaded the clothes and am pouring in the detergent. Oh yeah, I think to myself, I was going to do it the other way. My little laundry story reveals a couple things. First, how hard it is to change a habit, even a small one. If I was to really change how I would do laundry, I'd need to post reminders on the washer. When I caught myself doing it the old way, I'd stop, take the clothes out, and put the water in first. I'd ask my husband to remind me as he saw me walking toward the laundry room. Eventually, if I did it enough times, it would become my new routine. But frankly, I don't care enough to put in the effort. That's the crucial point here, how important motivation is. Because it takes work, often a lot of work and sacrifice, you have to really want to bring something into being. Deeply, truly, honestly. Otherwise, it's too easy to slide back into the same old, same old. That's the problem with so many New Year's or birthday resolutions. There's nothing wrong with resolutions per se. In fact, resolving to do something can spur you into action. But in the glow of a fresh start, we can make all kinds of promises to ourselves. I'm going to be kinder, spend more time with my friends, do yoga every day, take up the violin, that we don't really care enough to actually do. Then we beat ourselves up for lacking discipline when we fail to do it. Whenever I work with people who say they want to do something, find a man, change jobs, become more grateful, volunteer in their community, and then they don't do it, I tell them it failed to pass their I really, really want it test. Because if you did really want it, you'd keep at it, despite setbacks, interruptions, and sidetracks. No matter how long you get off course, you eventually return, if you really want what you say you do. Oprah Winfrey comes to mind in this regard. Obviously, she really wants to drop her excess pounds, because no matter how many times she gets off course and the weight comes back, she gets back on track and goes back to her goal. She's also the poster child for how difficult this can be. Despite all the help money can buy, she's struggled to make lasting change. That's why it's so important to pick only something that you really care about. Really wanting creates and sustains momentum, and you're going to need it. On the Prevention.com website, Joan Borisenko encourages us to go beneath the surface to find what she calls our soul resolutions, which are, quote, based on saying yes to your deepest longings. Goals rooted in what really matters are far easier to keep than facile resolutions that roll off the surface right down the drain. end quote. She gives the example of making a resolution to lose 10 pounds by June 1st, something she's failed at over and over. However, when she tapped into herself at the soul level, what came out was, I will care for my body so that I can continue to feel the pleasure of being fit and fully alive as I grow older, unquote. That was something she could really care about and work toward. What do you care about enough to apply the necessary elbow grease? Sure, it would be great to have more patience with your kids, stop eating junk food, find a new job, or get out of debt. But what do you want badly enough to keep front and center in your life, to make sacrifices of time and energy for? If you're not sure of what you want to change, here's a practice from Donna Markova, author of A Spot of Grace. First, write down every goal you think you'd like to accomplish in the next 20 years. Write as fast as possible. Then, write the number of years you want it to take, 1, 5, 10, or 20. Next, circle the top 4 one-year goals that you want the most. Then write down some of the things you may need to do that you don't want to do in order to make these goals happen. Finally, choose the goal that you're willing to do the hard things for. What need is being served by what you're doing right now? Tara Gold says, everything people say or do is ultimately rooted in the belief that these actions will lead them to happiness. Ellen was talking to me one day about wanting to stop her binge drinking. I asked her to pay attention to what was going on just before she went on a bender. Even though it was not an effective coping mechanism, drinking was her way of meeting some need. I wanted her to explore what that could be so we could devise other, more positive strategies. One day she called excitedly, I figured it out. I drink when my life feels overwhelming or when I want to express my feelings but don't think I should. Drinking allows me to forget all my responsibilities. It also loosens my tongue so I get to say what I feel. How could you meet those needs in another way, I asked. She wasn't sure, so I offered a few suggestions. How about the second you feel the urge to drink, you stop and go to your journal and write about how you're feeling? If you feel overwhelmed, make a list of what needs to get done so it gets out of your head and onto paper where you can make a plan. If you're wishing you've said something to someone else, immediately write a letter to them in your journal. Later you can decide if you want to send it or just expressing it was enough. Ellen agreed, and so far these ideas, along with her determination, a 12-step program, and supportive friends, have helped her stay sober. Recently I was having lunch with my friend Sue Bender, author of Plain and Simple. It was she who reminded me that whatever we're doing, healthy or unhealthy, is always a solution to some problem. In order to change, she said, you have to ask what need the current behavior is addressing. Otherwise, you may want to change, but not be able to. This is a profound lesson. We do what we do because it serves some need. We developed a particular habit, a perfectionism, negativity, overeating, smoking pot, overworking, hiding, whatever it is, as the best way we knew at the time to meet some need in ourselves. But because we're not conscious about what we're doing, the strategy we choose to solve the problem eventually becomes a bigger problem than the original one. Here are some examples. Perhaps your underlying need is to have support in figuring out your talents, but your coping mechanism is to get stoned to avoid thinking about it. Or you have a need to be loved, held, appreciated, and you cope with that by being negative and pessimistic to control expectations. Or perhaps you need rest and rejuvenation, and you drink alcohol to excess, rewarding, quote-unquote, yourself with fatty or sweet foods. So many change efforts fail because we bypass the crucial step of identifying the need that's being served. We can't make lasting change until we recognize that need and meet it in some other way. I first learned this for myself when I was attempting to control my anger. I kept trying not to blow my top. This trying would work for days or weeks, but eventually I'd have an outburst, followed by terrible shame and guilt. Then I'd promise myself never to do it again, and the cycle would repeat. It was only when I decided my anger was serving a purpose that I began to get off the merry-go-round of destructive behavior. I began to see I lost my temper when some unexpressed need of mine had not been met by my spouse, a need that I was too out of touch with myself to even recognize. Blowing up after the fact was the best I could do to express my need. My work lay not in trying to control my anger, but in coming to believe it was reasonable to have needs and that it was okay to express them. The more I did that, the less I got mad, even when things didn't go my way. None of us are doing what we're doing because we're bad. We just don't know any other way to handle our fear, our loneliness, our need to say no or to have solitude, whatever it is that's driving our current behavior. What's the need you're meeting by what you're doing now? When you find yourself doing something you want to change but don't, walk around and put the scene on instant replay in your mind. As if you were watching a video, see yourself doing the thing you say you don't want to do. See yourself eating a whole chocolate cake or being pessimistic, for instance. Whisper to the self in the video, "That's right. That's right." Then ask yourself in a curious tone of voice, what is right about this? Just keep murmuring "that's right" in a lazy sort of way until what's right about it, the need being met by that particular behavior, becomes apparent to you. For instance, when Tessa, a workaholic, looked at what was right about the pace she keeps, she realized that she felt competent and successful at work and got lots of kudos for her achievements. At home, she was arguing a lot with her 12-year-old daughter and feeling estranged from her husband. No wonder she stayed at the office. Her need to feel successful resulted in overworking so that she wouldn't have to go home and feel incompetent. Once that became clear, she realized she'd have more success at home if she spent time with each family member doing something he or she loved. She began playing Scrabble with her daughter in the evenings, and she and her husband decided to take weekly Spanish lessons together. Now she's feeling a bit more competent at home as well. What need is being served by what you're currently doing? The answer will help you find healthier ways of meeting that same need now. Get your three brains on your side. Aristotle said, all human actions have one or more of these 7 causes: chance, nature, compulsions, habit, reason, passion, desire. As you know, I've been working on walking away to cool off when I lose my temper with my kids, Cindy related to me on the phone the other day. Recently, I've noticed that at the very moment I lose my cool, my head thinks, walk away, but my mouth is already giving it to them right between the eyes. Ever find yourself like Cindy, thinking one thing and doing something else altogether contradictory? Like thinking, I shouldn't have another donut, and then scarfing one down? Or telling yourself, I should work on my project, and then turning on the TV? No, it's not just you. We're all a mass of contradictions, particularly when it comes to the things we think we should do. You know, those things that you keep resolving to do, but never get going on. What's that all about? Neurologist Paul MacLean says it's because inside our head are 3 brains, not 1. Each corresponds to a different stage of evolution. And while they are connected to one another, each acts independently and is often at odds with the others. The oldest is the reptilian brain, which consists of the cerebellum and brainstem. This is the instinctive part of ourselves, the part that's in charge of our breathing, heartbeat, and all other bodily functions outside our conscious control. It simply repeats behaviors over and over, never adapting, never learning. Its goal is to preserve our life at all costs. The second brain is the limbic system, which we share with all other mammals. This is our emotional brain, concerned with feelings, instincts, eating, fighting, and sexual behavior. This is where we decide whether something is good or not. The emotional brain isn't very smart. It understands pleasant or painful and safety or danger, the patterns for which were created when we were very young. It propels us always towards pleasure and away from pain. Whenever it senses danger, it sends our bodies into fight or flight. Our muscles tighten, our blood vessels constrict, and our bodies are flooded with stress hormones as we prepare to fight, freeze, or run like hell. In women, it releases another hormone, oxytocin, which gives us an alternative option to tend our children and or befriend other women. The third brain is the neocortex, the thinking brain, that distinguishes humans from animals. This is the part of our brain capable of reasoning, of logic. It's where abstraction, as well as spatial, artistic, verbal, and musical ability resides. So what does this have to do with keeping a resolution or bringing a dream of yours into being? Everything. The thinking brain is where we decide we want to do something different. But depending on what it is, how it's presented, and what we've done in the past, our emotional brain may not cooperate. Remember what it's scanning for: pleasure and safety. That's why we so often sabotage ourselves. Our emotional brain overrides our thinking brain in favor of immediate pleasure or perceived safety. If you're serious about succeeding with your resolution, this information is crucial. You've got to get your emotions on your side. We change not because it makes sense from the perspective of our thoughts, I should go to the gym, but by engaging our feelings. It's going to feel fabulous to be thinner. If the change seems like it's too scary, too hard, no fun, your emotional brain is going to work against it. So what you're actually looking for from the emotional brain's point of view is easy, fun, new, and different. Sounds like an advertisement, doesn't it? Madison Avenue knows what it's doing when it gets us to buy products. Don't despair. I've taken this into account as one of the guiding principles behind all the suggestions in this book. For right now, though, ask yourself this question. What could be easy, fun, new, and different about creating this new habit of yours? What could be wonderful, for instance, about having more work-life balance? Maybe more time with your friends? The ability to read those novels by your bedside? How about eliminating your credit card debt? Greater peace of mind? A sense of freedom? What about finding a wonderful partner? Feeling connected to someone? Having a person to enjoy things with? Hold the question lightly. Play with it. Your thinking brain loves to play with questions. Allow the power of your creative thinking, found on the right side of your neocortex, to percolate over the next few days. The more you can find out what's fun and enjoyable about what you want, the more your emotional brain will cooperate. Ambivalence is normal. You don't have to be 100% committed. 51% is enough, says Anthony Grant and Jane Green. There's a part of me that doesn't really want to leave my cushy corporate job, reveals a friend who's been talking to me for a year about following his dream of starting his own business. I get paid vacations, a 401k, and health benefits. Am I doing the right thing to be leaving all of that? Sophie, approaching 50, knows how he feels. She came to work with me because she's been single for a long time and wanted to find a long-term relationship. She was going on lots of dates, but her modus operandi was, at the first hint of anything less than total devotion, to dump them before they could reject her. She had just met a, quote, divine guy and wanted to do it differently this time. At least she thought she did. However, at the first sniff of rejection, he didn't text message her fast enough. She was back to wanting to write him off. When I suggested she hang in there a bit longer, she exclaimed, "Maybe this change thing isn't such a good idea." Anthony Grant is a coach and psychologist and the author of It's Your Life, What Are You Going to Do With It? In the book, he makes a very important point about change. The most enduring state we find ourselves in at the beginning of the change process, he says, is ambivalence. We want to change and we don't. We want to get fit and we want to slob out. We want to end the relationship and we want to stay where we are. This is completely normal. In fact, almost inevitable. We don't know what the new behavior will mean. As Grant says, we are ambivalent as we set out because we've never been exactly where we're heading, so we don't know what it's going to be like when we get there. Will we really be happier in a relationship? Will getting organized truly make our lives easier? And then there's all that work it's going to take to accomplish this dream. It's one thing to say we want to lose 80 pounds. It's another to go through the sweat and tears to get there. It may require sacrifice. Better work-life balance, for instance, may mean giving up the beautiful house for a more manageable condo, or foregoing vacations and weekends to start a new business. We also may have to face things we fear, like putting our heart on the line or getting attention for being thinner. In addition, every single choice we make precludes another. We always give something up to get something else. It's natural to feel regret over the road not taken, even if that road is paved with 10,000 donuts and another 20 pounds. As a quote I once read said, "Judge your success by what you had to give up in order to get it." The point Grant makes about ambivalence is very important to understand because so many of us take it as a sign that we shouldn't go forward. Of course, it's important to look realistically at what kind of effort your resolution is going to take and figure out if you really have the desire to do it. But don't overvalue the nagging whispers to stay in the safe corner of the way it is now. Remember, that emotional brain of yours likes easy. As Grant says, you don't have to be 100% committed, only 51. When I challenged Sophie to assess which was stronger, the urge to run or the desire to stay, she proclaimed, "It's hard and scary, but I want to give this dating a try." So if ambivalence is normal, what can we do to get over the hump and get into action? First, recognize it's okay to feel ambivalent. Grant claims it tends to be strongest before you begin and decreases as you begin to see the benefits of what you're putting into action. However, you may always feel regretful, at least a little. He quotes an ex-smoker now in great shape who said, when asked how he was doing after a couple years, complained, "Well, I have to admit the quality of my life has definitely gone down." Remember, it's okay to feel sad about what you've given up or choose not to do. All decisions have a price. Second, be encouraged by this. When you do something new and challenging, your brain rewards you by releasing a feel-good hormone called dopamine into your bloodstream. And if it involves taking some kind of risk or chance, like performing in public or speaking your mind, you'll also get a boost of epinephrine, another feel-good hormone. So once you get into action, you're going to feel better, which will make the ambivalence decrease. Third, listen to the next chapter, What's the Price of Not Changing, and do the practice I suggest. The more you see the cost of staying the same, the less you'll be stuck in ambivalence. By engaging more of your feelings toward wanting to change, you'll be able to get into motion. By the way, it's 7 months since Sophie had that crisis of ambivalence. She's still seeing the guy. In fact, I'm head over heels in love, she told me yesterday. I still have moments of wanting to run like hell. Not as many as in the beginning, though. What's the price of not changing? Nothing can be changed until it's faced. James Baldwin. When I think of people I know how to change, my friend Barb's comes immediately to mind. She's learned how to eat well, exercise regularly, meditate every day, and have a wonderful relationship with her husband of 30 years. Recently, she committed to doing an esoteric Tibetan Buddhist practice that requires doing 100,000 full-body prostrations and chants. When she visits me, she goes off for hours to fulfill her promise. Recently, we sat in my kitchen, talking about how she's been able to make these changes. The motivation comes first, she explains, then the discipline. And for me, the motivation has always begun with my being incredibly stuck. I feel such physical or psychological pain that I simply have to make a change because the price of not is too high. I always start from a negative place. Inertia is really hard to overcome, but the pain finally builds up so much that I must take action. Once I get started, I experience such relief that even though it's difficult to do, I'm committed to keep on going. As I listened, I realized that Barb was talking about what alcoholics and addicts call hitting bottom. When you realize that the consequences of not changing are worse than whatever you have to go through to get to the new place. It's a powerful initiator because it engages the emotional brain's desire to move from pain to pleasure. I've been in this spot more than once. The time that comes to mind is an embarrassing one. In an argument with my husband, I slammed down my dinner plate in front of my 2-year-old. I was horrified. This was not the kind of wife and mother I wanted to be. My previous relationship had ended in part because of my temper. I had been given a second chance, and here I was blowing it in exactly the same way. Never again, I vowed to myself that night, and I'm proud to say I've kept my word. Not without work. I read everything I could about dealing with anger. The best book that I found? Thich Nhat Hanh's Anger, Wisdom for Cooling the Flames. And I've practiced all kinds of techniques. What helped me the most was learning about amygdala hijacks, which is when our emotional brain feels so afraid that it wrests control of our thinking brain and sends us into fight or flight. In this state, we end up doing or saying all kinds of things we regret later. I now know to walk away and cool down no matter what. That's because it takes at least 30 minutes and up to 24 hours for the stress hormones to subside and our thinking brain to re-engage. If you've not had a hitting the bottom moment yet, ask yourself a difficult question. What's the price of not changing? Dying of a heart attack? An estrangement from your family? 40 more pounds? There are very real consequences to all of our actions. You can also take a personal inventory of what negative effects your current behavior has created. High blood pressure, boredom, shame, self-loathing, exhaustion. Have the courage to tell yourself the truth about the current and future consequences of your behavior. Don't do it to beat yourself up, but to acknowledge to yourself that you're really ready to change. If you've reached the painful place Barb speaks of, congratulations. You know you're at a dead end, and as Naomi Judd says, a dead end is just a good place to turn around. Run toward, not away from. Our destiny changes with our thought. We shall become what we wish to become, do what we wish to do, when our habitual thought corresponds with our desire. Oreson Sweet Martin. A young woman called me on the phone. She had read my book, The Happiness Makeover, and wanted to know if I could help her learn to be easier on herself and others. I asked her the question I ask every new prospective client. Why do you want to learn this? Her reply was instantaneous and clear. Because I'm getting married in 6 months. I came from a super critical family and have a tendency to harp on every little thing my fiancé does. I want to give my marriage the very best start I can. Immediately, I agreed to work with her because this soon-to-be bride had a powerful, positive motivation to change, so she had a very good chance of succeeding. Over the months, when she became discouraged at how hard it was to change her long-standing habit of criticism, I reminded her of why it was worth it. Making her relationship work mattered so much to her that it would re-inspire her to keep on going. After a couple of months, her efforts began to pay off. "It's getting easier," she exclaimed one day. "Even my boyfriend is commenting on how positive I'm being, and I'm not even faking." Now, she didn't do it perfectly by any means because she's human like the rest of us, but more and more there was a measurable tilt in the direction she wanted. Like this young woman, in order to actually do something new, you have to get clear on why you're willing to expend all that energy. Why do you want to start that new hobby? Have time alone with your spouse, get more sleep, move across the country. The benefits of where you're headed need to be clear. Just as you need a powerful what, you need a meaningful why. A strongly emotional why makes meaning out of the drudgery you have to go through and gives you a reason to persist. In thinking about your why, muse on this. While you may have been pushed into action by hitting bottom, ultimately you need something positive that you want to go toward. That's the insight from organizational consultant Robert Fritz, who's made it his life work to study conscious change. Fritz discovered that while we can motivate ourselves in the short run to make changes by scaring ourselves, I've got to stop smoking or I'll die, I've got to stop drinking or I'll lose my job, in the long run, we must be heading toward something positive we want to create. I want to live long enough to see my daughter's children. I want to be free from addiction. I want to make my dream of owning my own house come true. It has to be positive. That's because, says Fritz, When we motivate ourselves positively, we're operating in the same way as the forces of creation in the natural world, and therefore increase the possibility of success. Now, Fritz is no New Age flake. His ideas are firmly rooted in the laws of physics. If you're interested in learning more, dip into his book, The Path of Least Resistance. Psychologists have discovered a similar thing to Fritz. Trying consciously to remove a negative mental image or habit actually reinforces it. That's because if you give yourself a command such as "don't think of donuts," there's actually a part of the brain that's trying to obey by constantly scanning. Are you thinking about donuts now? How about now? Which, of course, results in you constantly thinking about the very thing you vowed not to. But instead, if you create a positive image of what you want to go toward, that's what the brain begins to scan for instead. Finding a positive motivation also engages your emotional brain to work for the change and not against it. Remember, it wants to go towards pleasure. So the more emotionally pleasurable your positive motivation, the more it will help you achieve your goal. Give it a try. Find a positive motivation for why you want to make this change. One that engages your feelings, to feel better about yourself, to make a meaningful contribution to the world, to have a healthier relationship with your spouse, to enjoy your life more, to be an inspiration to your children. Make sure that whatever it is, it has a positive emotional charge for you. If you can only think of a negative, write it down and challenge yourself to turn it around. Turn, "I'm afraid if I don't find a better paying job, I'll become a bag lady," into, "I want a well-paying job so I will be financially secure." And make sure it's your motivation, not your spouse's, your mother-in-law's, your child, or your best friend's. Don't move forward until you've got a why that matters to you. Write it down and put it somewhere where you can refer to it when you need it most. The gap between where you are and where you want to be is a good thing. Dreams come a size too big so that we may grow into them. Josie Bissett. I was working with an executive, let's call him Jake, who wanted a bigger role in his firm, which was undergoing a huge reorganization. One day he was complaining about his lack of recognition by his bosses and what was wrong about the company as a whole. So I challenged him to think about what he wanted, not what he didn't. "If you could do anything there, what would you do?" I asked. "Well," he said, "I'd really like to be marketing director. I've got lots of ideas about what needs to be done, but there's no way they'd ever choose me. I have no background in marketing." "Now, don't just assume that," I replied. "Just admit to yourself what you really want, and you increase the chances of it occurring." I explained to him what I had learned about the physics of conscious creating from Robert Fritz. People tend to go into despair or give up when they become aware of the gap between what they want and where they are right now. But Fritz believes that space is a good thing. He calls it the tension for creation. According to the laws of physics, energy wants to move along the path of least resistance to the more stable state to resolve the tension. And guess what? The more stable state is what you want, not where you are now. For if you want it badly enough, what you want will never change, while current reality, where you are right now, is always changing. "I really do want it," Jake said, "but how am I possibly going to make it happen?" "I don't know," I replied, "but you don't have to either. And in fact, you can't possibly know in advance. Fritz says you just take some actions, looking for the path of least resistance, and periodically evaluate whether you're getting closer or not." Jake had his doubts, but was willing to try. He and I brainstormed actions, including laying out a marketing plan in broad strokes and making the plan and his desire for the position known to the powers that be. We talked about who would be willing to champion him and how to recruit that person. A month later, he called. "You are not going to believe it. Tomorrow I will be officially named head of marketing." I smiled. It may seem like magic, but I've seen this process work too many times now not to believe. Put out what you want, tell yourself the truth about where you are, and get into action. Life will more than likely come along to help you close the gap. In 100 Ways to Motivate Yourself, I recently read about how Arnold Schwarzenegger used his exact technique. At the time, he was a pumped-up bodybuilder with a heavy Austrian accent. He confessed to a sports writer, Steve Chandler, "I'm going to become the #1 box office star in all of Hollywood." Incredulous, Chandler asked him how he's going to accomplish such a feat. "It's the same process I used in bodybuilding," he explained. "What you do is create a vision of who you want to be, then live into that picture as if it were already true." So if it's that simple, how come all of us don't get what we want all the time? One of the reasons, says Fritz, is that we don't really want something enough or don't believe we deserve it. So we get resigned to the gap between where we are and what we say we want. I once worked with a woman who said she wanted to change careers. We explored what she wanted, but it was all over the place. Well, I could do this or this or this. When I challenged her to get into action, she always had an excuse. "This interferes with my exercise time. I don't want to have to go back to school. My highest priority is time with my kids." I knew she was going to end up staying in her current job. Your wanting is what sets the energy of creation into motion, drawing you toward your heart's desire. So you have to really allow yourself to want and to believe what you desire is possible, even if you don't know how. Fritz puts it this way: if you limit your choices only to what seems possible or reasonable, you disconnect yourself from what you truly want, and all that's left is compromise. So don't worry about how far you have to go. The force for creation is on your side. No time is the perfect time to begin. Every successful person I've heard of that's done the best he could with the conditions as he found them and not waited until next year to be better. E.W. Howe. Trina has been out of work for 5 years. She can't focus on finding work, she says, because, quote, "there are too many other things going on in my life." Over that time, her cat died, her boyfriend broke up with her mom visited 6 times, a water pipe burst in her apartment. Her list goes on and on. No matter what's happening, she always believes the timing isn't right to do what she claims she wants, to find a meaningful job. What Trina doesn't understand is that there will never be a perfect time. Life goes on with all of its ups and downs. One of the tricks about change is that we have to figure out how to do it in the midst of everything else. Fitness expert Dr. Pamela Peake says, for instance, if you want to get in shape and your mother's in the hospital, you've got to find a way to walk around the hospital halls. In other words, you have to make the change as much of a priority to yourself as the other things at the top of your to-do list. That's why it's so important to make sure this is something you really want to do. Usually no one's forcing us to make this change. We have to make it a priority to ourselves. Otherwise, it's too easy to let it slip to the bottom of your pile of obligations. Recently, I've been working with a high-powered executive who wants to change careers. She has an intense job as well as a husband and children. Her daughter has just started middle school and needs a lot of attention. The corporation she's working for is going through a downsizing, and she has responsibility for a great deal of that. It's not the right time, quote-unquote, to be focusing on how to make a change. And indeed, she let the idea slip for weeks at a time. But she really wants to make the switch, so she's committed to keeping the process alive. What has she done? She's followed other advice you'll read about in this book. She created a specific goal, be out by November 1st, focused on just the next step and not the whole thing. Right now, she's looking at credentialing programs in her new career choice. Created a support network. She talks to me weekly and meets weekly over lunch with a friend at work who's making a similar change, and sees setbacks as opportunities for learning. But she wouldn't have gotten into action at all if she had told herself that there would be some better future point for getting started. Naturally, there are big exceptions to this. If you've got a broken ankle, this is not the time to take up running. And I just heard a study that it's much easier for women to stop smoking within 10 days after the 3rd day of their period than at any other time of the month. Only 25% of women who stop then relapse, compared to 75% who stop at other times, proving that there must be some relationship between cravings and hormones. But for most of us, most of the time, this is a totally unnecessary sticking point. I used to have a boyfriend in college who would set a deadline to begin studying. "I'll start at 9, he'd say. The next time he'd look up at the clock, it would be 9:10. "Oops, I have to start in the hour. I'll begin at 10, and so forth. We used to laugh about it, but it was really just a procrastination technique. There was no magic about starting on the hour. There's no magic either about starting on January 1st, when your cousin's visit is over, or after you go on a binge this weekend. My friend Molly Fumiya managed to write 3 books so far while raising 6 children. She did it by recognizing there was no perfect time to follow her dream of being a writer. Did she write more after the youngest was finally in school all day? Of course. But she got into motion before the conditions were ideal, which, given all that she had to juggle vis-a-vis soccer, chickenpox, college visits, and so forth, is a state that has yet to come to pass. Most likely this is not the perfect time for you to begin either. There will be obstacles. I often advise clients to consider these challenges as "do you really mean it" tests. In other words, do you care enough about getting fit, finding true love, stopping compulsive shopping, or being a big brother or sister to do it despite the obstacles? Peer into your heart and listen to the answer to that question. If you can truly say yes, then you can make it happen. As the old saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Imagine your future positive self. People get so in the habit of worry that if you save them from drowning and put them on a bank to dry in the sun with hot chocolate and muffins, they wonder whether they're catching cold. John J. Chapman. I take my wisdom wherever I can find it. Recently I heard about a young man who dreamed about becoming a bull rider. The goal in the ring is to stay on the bull for 8 seconds. The first 6 months, this guy worried constantly. What if I get thrown right away? What if I get trampled? And sure enough, he kept getting thrown before the 8 seconds. Then one day he decided to try something different. Instead of worrying about all that could go wrong, he'd worry about what could go right. What will I do with the wad of money I'll make? What about all the fans who want my autograph? He's now the United States bull riding champion. As the bull rider discovered, when we imagine all the things that could go wrong, we create a lot of internal interference, static in our minds, that increases the likelihood of failure. Our emotional brains want to move away from the possibility of pain, so intentionally or otherwise, we goof up and give up. When, on the other hand, we focus on all the positive outcomes, our emotional brain is attracted by that possibility of greater pleasure, and so it helps us going towards what we want. Another reason this works is because, according to neuroscience, we humans don't think in facts, but in frames. Frames are mindsets that structure how we think. Quote, "We may be presented with facts," says George Lakoff, professor of cognitive science and linguistics at UC Berkeley. "But for us to make sense of them, they have to fit into what is already in the synapses of our brain. Otherwise, facts go in and then they go right back out. They are not heard or accepted." I think of frames as stories we tell ourselves about life that get confirmed over and over because we filter out any conflicting information. How this relates to change is that each of us has a frame, a story about ourselves and life, that influences everything we think and do. Unless we change the frame, it will be hard to get different results in our lives. For instance, I know a woman whose mindset is that men are not to be counted on. And guess what? Her story keeps coming true. Is it because there are no reliable men? Of course not. But she interprets all behavior as proof that she's right, filtering out any time a man has been trustworthy. Here's another example of how frames get in our way. I was working with Chris, who's probably 40 pounds overweight. "I'm the heaviest I've ever been," he complained. "I've always been labeled the fat one in my family. When I look at pictures of myself in my teens and 20s, I was probably a normal weight. But I come from a family of obsessively thin people, so my idea of myself is huge. I never noticed this weight as it went on because the way I look now is actually the idea of myself I've always had. Chris literally ate his way into his frame of himself. Until he changes his story, his weight will not go down. One way to create a new frame is to do what the bull rider did. Create a new positive story about a future self. Then making the necessary changes become possible because you've got a new story to live into. When Chris did this practice, his future self was a normal weight, neither as thin as the rest of his family, nor as obese as today. Interestingly, the future self had a new name, Christopher. Christopher enjoyed walks with his wife and lower blood pressure and cholesterol. Christopher had taken up bike riding, something that Chris had loved but had not done since he was a teen. Energized by the image of Christopher, Chris got into action. Now, 2 years later, he's even considering entering a marathon. Here's a future self letter from a woman whose resolution was to buy a house and move with a minimum of personal drama. She wrote this a day before her move. You'll see for yourself what wisdom the future self has to offer. Dear Dina of today, well, you managed to move to a new town without completely spiraling into your familiar vortex of doom. I know it wasn't easy for you to stay optimistic and level-headed in the midst of all the upheaval and chaos, but you did it. You learned to take your time making decisions, and as a result, you make far fewer bad purchases than you used to. You and your family are settled into a new routine, and you don't feel compelled to fix every little detail. You've learned a few other things about making this move easier. 1, you kept a personal private space just for yourself with the things that you immediately need at hand. 2, you don't immediately yell at Sam when things go wrong. It usually isn't his fault. You don't yell at other people either. Workmen, repairmen, and salespeople are much more likely to help you if you aren't shrieking at them. 3, you accept help from those who genuinely wish to help without an agenda, and politely decline help from those who offer it with an ulterior motive. 4, you remember that nothing is permanent. This too shall pass is a great mantra. For you to find your future and create a new positive frame, write yourself a letter from your future. Imagine it's a year from now, and that future self has accomplished what you want. The you of the future has lost the weight, become happier, found a new partner, learned to take life more easily. The future you is now writing to the you of today about what it's like and how well you're doing. What does it feel like? What surprises have come your way as a result of the change? The future you is a year older and wiser. He or she has learned a lot about how to get from here to there. What message does he have or she have to help the you of today get to that marvelous place? Understanding is the booby prize. Don't ask why a person is the way he is. Ask for what he would change. Milton Erickson, M.D. My mother tells me my very first word was the word why. I believe her. I spent the first 45 years of my life trying to unravel the mystery of why people are the way they are. I have a degree in psychology, have read tens of thousands of novels to understand the human psyche, and spent thousands of hours dissecting every person I've ever met as well as every friend I've ever had. So why do I now say so often to my clients, as author Daphne Rose Kingma once told me, that understanding is the booby prize? It's because I've finally become convinced that understanding why we are the way we are is not only not helpful, but can even prevent us from moving forward. Why can't I do this right? Why is this happening to me? Why do I always give up? We keep thinking that if only we had the answers to these questions, we'd miraculously be free from the problem itself. But these questions are the type that even if we have the answers to them, most often lead us into the dead end of despair. So what if you understand that it's because your mother toilet trained you at 6 months that your house is an absolute mess? Your house is still a wreck and you don't know what to do about it. The tendency to get stuck in the whys, it's because I'm weak, it's because I'm adopted, it's because I'm too self-controlling, it's because I don't believe in myself, is so strong there's even a name for it. Paralysis by analysis. It's usually used in the business world for individuals or teams who want to continue to gather more information in lieu of taking action. But it can happen to any of us when we're so focused on the whys of our current behavior that we can't get into emotion to produce a different result. As Timothy Wilson wrote in a piece for the New York Times, summing up the scientific research on the pitfalls of too much navel-gazing, if we are dissatisfied with some aspect of our lives, one of the best approaches is to act like the person we want to be, rather than sitting around analyzing ourselves. A bit of brain science may help here. When you ask why, you engage your analytic thinking, which is an activity of the left brain. Analytic thinking is focused on the present, the information that tells me why I am the way I am today. It's a data gathering function, and boy, can it gather and arrange. Over the past 40 years, I've gathered dozens of theories of why I am the way I am, from all kinds of fascinating psychological and spiritual models. I've loved some and thrown out others. Some have given me great insight and comfort. Others seem petty or silly. I know one thing for sure, there is no end to them. But in order to change something in myself, to bring something new into being, I need to engage a different part of my brain, my right brain, where innovative thinking happens. The right brain is future-oriented. It's where our aspirations, our dreams, our longings reside. It's where creativity is born. This is the part of your brain that doesn't care that you haven't done it before. In fact, it's energized by newness and bored by routine. It's the part of you that's excited that you're learning something new and wants to help discover the way forward. Innovative thinking is not interested in why, but in what could be possible. It's intrigued with questions such as, what do I want now? What's a compelling vision to strive toward? What do I need to do to bring my heart's desire into being? Preparing for the change you're about to make, allow your right brain to help you. All it takes is switching from why thinking to what could be possible thinking. Ask what questions rather than why questions. What can I do to have more balance in my life today, rather than why am I workaholic? What help do I need right now, rather than why is this happening to me? Do you notice the difference in those two questions? One leads to rumination and stuckness, the other to creative possibilities and forward momentum. To reap the benefits of your innovative thinking and to get into motion, you need to understand two things. First, the right side of the brain loves questions, not statements. So the more you can stay in questions, the more insight you'll receive. You may also have to hold the question, meaning that the answer may not emerge immediately, but trust that it will. Second, you need to know that the right brain is relational and metaphoric. That means the answer may not come to you in a straightforward manner. It may emerge in the form of a song you can't get out of your head, or a gut feeling, or a compelling visual image. Trust that this is the answer to your question. Here's an example. Ted is drowning in papers that represent many possible business opportunities. He wants not only to get more organized, but to figure out which project to focus on. He's on the phone with me, coming up with all kinds of reasons why he can't clear his desk and choose one project over the other. I challenge him to let go of why and try an experiment. Pick up each paper and imagine you're on your deathbed and you're looking back at your life. Would you be glad to have done this project? What would it bring that matters to you? Then sort by your feelings of satisfaction and fulfillment. He did as I suggest and has now created a way forward to a meaningful career. Believe you can do it. People become really remarkable when they start thinking they can do things. When they believe in themselves, they have the first secret of success. Norman Vincent Peale. My 9-year-old daughter and I were bike riding. I was telling her that I was about to start this book, so I would not be free on the weekends for a while. What's it called? Anna asked. This year I will, I replied. People will fill in the rest of the title with what they want to do. Oh, she replied, you mean like believe in themselves? I was stunned. As she had done many times before, Anna had gone right to the heart of the matter. For no matter what habit or dream you're looking to create, you can't do it without first, somehow, somewhere inside you, believe that you can. The effect of self-confidence on achieving goals has been highly researched, over 6,000 studies since 1976. It has been found to be a significant and often the most significant factor in success in relationships, work, musical performances, sports. The list goes on and on. How come? Self-confidence keeps the emotional brain out of fight or flight. And it's a reminder to our thinking brain that we can meet our goals. So if self-confidence is a good thing to have, what do you do if it's not your strong suit? It's my perspective that we don't manufacture belief in ourselves by trying to talk ourselves into it. Rather, we need concrete evidence that we have, quote, islands of competence, unquote, as Steve Jobs once referred to talents in a graduation speech. And the best place to find your islands of competence is in your past successes. No matter who you are, no matter the circumstances of your life, you have talents and skills that have produced success. Even if you feel like you've messed up over and over, you've succeeded at something. Finishing school, being a friend, painting a house, learning to cook, and you used qualities of heart and mind to do so. Perhaps you dismiss or ignore your competencies, but now it's time to inventory them in writing. To create your competency inventory, select 4 to 6 accomplishments. Write down what you did. Then look over your list of accomplishments and write down the strengths and skills you used repeatedly to create success. These are your competencies, the personal qualities you can apply to any goal. Pull out your competency inventory when you're having a crisis of confidence to remind yourself of the qualities that allowed you to succeed in the past, which you can use now. Here's an example. Sherry is a big worrier and wants to be more relaxed about her life. Her accomplishments, going to med tech school while holding a full-time job, taking a trip to Europe, doing a 5K race, creating a small nest egg. Her strengths that cross all 4 of these accomplishments include a determination to succeed, independence, and courage. She decides to treat her desire to stop worrying as she did those more concrete tasks. She will remind herself that she can succeed, remember she can do it herself, and keep going even when she's scared. Believing in yourself is built on the foundation of what you've already done in your life. If you have trouble remembering your accomplishments or tend to minimize your talents, find someone to help you. You can succeed. Give yourself the energy boost of self-confidence. And when you find yourself in doubt, try a little rain. This is a practice from Buddhist teacher James Baraz to use when the self-doubt demons have you by the throat and you can't for the life of you drum up any belief in yourself. It's called RAIN. Recognize, accept, investigate, non-identify. First, recognize. Become aware of what's going on. Oh, here I am thinking I won't be able to do it. 2, accept. Rather than shooting and shaming yourself, accept with kindness to yourself that this is what's going on. Yep, I'm afraid I'll fail again. Next, investigate. What are the feelings that are in your body? What images come up for you? I feel a tightness in my throat, and an image of my lying drunk in the road comes to mind. Then last, non-identify. Tell yourself, these thoughts and feelings are not me. They're just passing through. I am more than these thoughts and feelings. I can choose not to respond. What have you been down this road before? I have missed more than 9,000 shots in my career, said Michael Jordan. I have lost almost 300 games. On 26 occasions, I have been entrusted to take the game's winning shot and missed. And I have failed over and over again in my life. And that's why I succeed. I'm right back where I started, bemoaned Jan. I keep trying to rein in my credit card debt, but somehow it continues to creep up and up. If you're reading this book, there's a good chance that you've already tried, perhaps many times, to bring the change you want into being. You've lost 15 pounds only to see them come back on. Stopped smoking for months or even years. A friend of mine started again after 7 years. Done all the visioning work you want on your next career but never gotten anywhere. Started 6 novels. You get the picture. How do you get off the merry-go-round of doing the same old thing again? How, oh how, can you have faith that this time will be any different? These are important questions. That's because if your emotional brain thinks the task is too much like what you've unsuccessfully tried before, it will sabotage your efforts. So the way to start discovering the answers is to recognize that actually you're not back where you started from. You now have a wealth of information and experience from previous attempts, no matter how many those may be, to draw on this time. You know where you got stuck, what threw you off. But you can't have any access to any of it if you don't understand that life is all about learning. Carol Dweck is a professor of psychology at Stanford who studies why some people succeed and others fail. What she discovered is that when young, people develop beliefs that organize their world and give meaning to their experiences. These mental models determine the goals we pursue and the ways we go about achieving those goals. She has found that the key mental models of successful individuals are they love learning, they seek challenges and value effort, and they persist in the face of reasonable obstacles. She calls this having a growth as opposed to a fixed orientation to life. When people with a fixed orientation fail at something, they believe the situation is out of their control and nothing can be done. They lose faith in their ability to perform. They shrink previous successes and inflate failures. Anxious about failure, they abandon the effective strategies they have in their repertoire, and they give up. Those with a growth orientation do not see failure as an indictment of their capacities. For these folks, a problem is just an opportunity to learn new things. Their attention is on finding strategies for learning. When they blow it, they realize that they just haven't found the right strategy yet. They wonder how they can improve their performance the next time. They dig in and make optimistic predictions. The harder it gets, the harder I'm going to need to try. I'm going to remember what I already know about this. I'll get this soon. Where do these orientations come from? It turns out that it has to do with whether you think intelligence is fixed, that you're born as smart as you'll ever be, or changeable. You can get smarter throughout life. When provided with evidence that the brain can grow new pathways, fixed orientation college students on the verge of dropping out switched to a growth orientation and graduated. Dweck's research offers powerful evidence that when it comes to making lasting change of any sort, it's crucial to adopt a growth orientation. Like those college students, no matter what you've believed in the past, please accept the scientific evidence that you are capable of becoming smarter and more effective. When we see our minds as capable of learning, and life as a chance to grow, then everything is grist for the mill. We don't give up when we've experienced setbacks, but learn what we can from the experience and begin again, wiser. Want further proof that success comes from accepting that you will make mistakes and that you have the ability to learn from them? Would-be neurosurgeons were studied to determine who would succeed and who would fail. The researcher discovered that the answer came down to one thing: how they responded to the following 2 questions. Do you ever make mistakes? If so, what is the worst mistake you ever made? Those who flunked out claimed to have never made a mistake or attributed mistakes to things beyond their control, while successful neurological students admitted to many mistakes and described what they had learned about avoiding them in the future. Like the successful students, if you've attempted this change before, think about what you could learn from your so-called failures that will help you now. Perhaps you fell off the wagon because you needed a support group or blew the diet over the holidays, so you know you need other strategies for special occasions. Take some time right now to mine your previous attempts for what you can learn about doing it better this time. And take heart, the neural pathways you grew by practicing the new behaviors are still there. So starting over is at least a wee bit easier. If this change is something you've tried before, it can help a lot to create what my colleague Donna Markova calls an integrated narrative, meaning a story about your past, present, and future that has a growth orientation. Most often, we get mired in our past mistakes or our present stuckness when we think about a problem. When we add a positive future and connect the past, present, and future, we give our brains a story that goes from beginning to end, which helps us create that positive outcome. You need, first, an accurate description of the facts of the past, including what has and has not worked. Then the facts of the present, including what you're learning that will lead to a description of you in the future, having achieved your goal. Here's an example. Tessa has been attempting to lose 30 pounds for a couple years. Her growth story could be the past. I've tried several things such as smaller plates, which really helped, and strict diets, which has not. The present. I've cleared the junk food out of the house, and I'm learning to notice when I'm eating too much. The future. Someday I'll have no trouble eating just the right amount of the right foods. You can't get fit by watching others exercise. When all is said and done, a lot more is said than done. Lou Holtz. I was on a panel discussing my book, The Happiness Makeover. What's the hardest piece of advice in it? Asked the moderator. I took the book and put it on my head. To somehow take what's here and put it in your head. That takes doing. You can't become happier by reading about happiness. The audience nodded and laughed. We're all experts at reading and talking about change and beginners at putting change into action. But as the Chinese proverb says, talk does not cook rice. You and I have all the advice we could ever need about how to find a relationship, follow your dream, spend quality time with your kids, get better organized, build positive attitudes. We've just got to do it. In some ways, the flood of information from books and magazines and websites actually gets in our way. First, there's so much advice about what to do and how to do it that change can feel overwhelming. Should you eliminate carbohydrates for life? Should you actively pursue a relationship or surrender to singlehood and then be surprised? Should you recite affirmations or do visualizations to bring something new into being? There are a million suggestions about how to do anything, and you can really get lost. Second, we confuse reading and thinking with doing. I'm as guilty as the next person. For over a decade, I've been reading and attending workshops on Buddhism. But do I ever put my butt on a cushion and actually meditate, which is one of the main actions of a Buddhist? Hardly ever. It's easy to confuse contemplating with doing. I've had clients like this. They hire me to help them do something, become happier, achieve better work-life balance, discover what they want next in their lives. Then they proceed to talk to me every week about what they want, why they want it, and why they can't have it. Okay, I say, what action are you willing to take this week to bring you closer to your goal? Here are my suggestions. They always agree to do something, and then they're back next time, not having done anything, and ready to talk about it all over again. I've come to see that the reason they are stuck is that they see talking to me as doing the work of changing. Our appointments make them feel like they're changing, or at least trying to. When you talk to a friend or family member about what you want, you too may be confusing these efforts with the actual work of change. But saying is one thing and doing is another. Recently I heard this joke. There are 5 frogs on a log. One decides to jump off. How many are left? 5, because deciding isn't doing. The hard reality is that we only bring something new into being through action. Reading and talking to others can give us insight and support, and it can offer valuable reflection on what's working and what's not, but only if we're doing the heavy lifting in the first place. That's because the brain learns through experiences. You can't create new pathways in your brain by wishing you were different, or talking about wanting to be different, or reading about how to be different. It's like the old joke about how to get to Carnegie Hall. Practice, practice, practice. When you comfort yourself with a walk instead of reaching for a cigarette, a candy bar, or a drink. When you ask yourself, what could be right about this, instead of responding in your usual negative fashion. When you turn off the computer and turn to your spouse or child to have some quality time. That's when you're actually bringing the new options into being in your brain. Research shows that for whatever reasons, sociological, psychological, or biological, more women than men tend to get stuck in thinking rather than action. Whatever your gender, if you find yourself caught in overthinking this resolution, ask yourself, okay, now what am I going to do about it? There's another Chinese proverb that says, your teacher can open the door, but you must enter by yourself. It's time to stop thinking about doing and start doing. Part 2. Getting into action. A goal without an action plan is a daydream. Nathaniel Braden. This is the place where the rubber meets the road. You're going to begin practicing your healthy new habit or bringing your dream into reality. It doesn't matter when you start, only that you do. I have a client who thought about learning Tai Chi for 7 years. When she began going with a neighbor, she said to me, "This has been a long time coming, but now I see that I simply could not have done it alone." In this section, you'll learn the tricks that will enable you to get the most positive start possible. The importance of getting specific and concrete, tracking progress, enlisting support, finding the time, and cultivating the attitudes of a learner that will keep you from getting discouraged at your awkwardness. As Tolkien wrote in The Fellowship of the Ring, it's the job that's never started that takes the longest to finish. So let's get going. Focus, people. Be like a postage stamp. Stick to one thing till you get there. Josh Billings. When I talk to Marilyn, I think of a butterfly. She seems to flit from issue to issue. One week we're working on problems with her boss, the next week on her relationship with her husband, the following one on why she can't seem to find a cause to volunteer for, despite wanting to. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere, she proclaims on week 4. I agreed. What she and I needed to do was to pick one change and hone in on it so she could get somewhere. When pundits look at why New Year's resolutions fail, one of the main reasons is that people try to change too much. I'm going to eat right, be more patient with the kids, learn to tango, and finish up all the household projects I promised I would do last year. They get emotionally swept up in the possibility of change that the new year promises, only to end up 1 to 2 months later in the same old spot. Only worse, because they haven't accomplished anything but putting another failed attempt under their belts. As Tim Gunn says in the TV show Project Runway, focus, people. Pick one thing, not 7. The emotional brain likes simple. Doing too much triggers the let's give up and go back to our easy old habits part of our brain. Doing too much also doesn't provide the structure the thinking brain needs to focus on. New pathways are created through repetition. Making a new habit requires focus so you can keep it front and center all the time until you no longer have to consciously think about it. If you're spread all over mentally, your neurons fire one sequence for eating healthily, another for being more patient, another for the tango, and still another for closet cleaning, and none enough to make the behavior automatic. It's so much work that you drift back to the same old, same old. This doesn't mean that you can't work on more than one thing. But your mind needs some focus to constellate around, like feeling better by eating right and exercising more, or becoming happier by cultivating the positive emotions of gratitude and optimism rather than worry and pessimism. One great way to create a focus that I learned from my sister Stephanie is to name the year of the body, the year of learning to say no, the year of household projects. Stephanie's been doing this for decades every New Year's Eve. What she's doing is using the tendency of the neocortex to create frames or stories to make meaning of what otherwise would be random data and circumstances coming at us. We create these frames all the time unconsciously, but when we do it on purpose, we give our thinking something to crystallize around so that we increase the likelihood of actually doing what we intend. The frame becomes a reminder and a motivator. If this is the year of household projects, what am I going to do today to make that so? Once I do that, now what? It becomes like a North Star so that we don't lose our way in the thousands of distractions and the busyness of our daily lives. I'd like to encourage you to create a name for this time to focus your intention. It doesn't have to be a year. It could be a month or a week. It can be something very specific, the week of liberation from desserts, or something more general, as long as it has a cohesive theme. The year of a more positive me, for instance. You don't need to know yet what steps you're going to take to get there. Just create a focus. Then listen on. Elevator broken. Use the stairs. The elevator to success is out of order. You'll have to use the stairs, one step at a time. Joe Girard. My husband Don is a pack rat. The only way I can stand to share a living space with him is that he has a whole room to himself for his stuff. Just peeking in there makes me nauseous. He's been collecting that stuff for most of his 50 years. Every so often, he complains about the chaos and disappears in there for hours. But I never see what I consider progress in organizing going on. Fortunately, I've learned to keep my mouth and eyes shut. Well, mostly. Over the Christmas holidays this year, he decided to take charge of it once and for all. Again, he disappeared in there for hours. He finally came out and declared, "All that time, and I could only find 2 things I'm willing to get rid of." I said nothing. A week later, he pronounced, "I realize what the problem is. It's so out of control, it's overwhelming. I don't even know where to begin. So I've decided that for my New Year's resolution, I'm just going to go in there and throw away 1 thing a day. All I have to do is go in there every day and figure out 1 thing to toss." Smart man. He's figured out a secret to change, 1 tiny step at a time. And it often doesn't matter which small step. Just take one, as long as it's little. Then take another. Repeat until you've gotten where you want to be. This is a great technique not only for clearing clutter, but for any task that feels overwhelming. Want to lose 50 pounds? Concentrate on losing 1 by cutting out fried foods. A male client of mine lost 17 pounds that way. Or switch to light mayo. A woman lost 43 pounds began that way. The successes both met with that first small change allowed each to keep on going and up the ante to reach their goal. Want to change careers? Take 1 class or read 1 book or have 1 conversation. Then figure out your next small step. Want to write a book? Commit to writing 1 line a day. Otherwise, it can seem so daunting that you never begin. It turns out that this technique has a name. Kaizen, a Japanese strategy for change that relies on tiny, continuous improvements. It actually originated in the United States at the beginning of World War II and was introduced to Japan after the war. Why it works has to do with the brain structure I talked about in preparing to change. Whenever we initiate a change, even a positive one, we activate fear in our emotional brain. If the fear is big enough, the fight or flight response will go on, and we'll run from what we're trying to do. The small steps in Kaizen don't set off fight or flight, but rather keep us in the thinking brain, where we have access to our creativity. And when they say small, they mean small. Practitioners such as Robert Maurer give assignments such as flossing 1 tooth to someone who wants to create the flossing habit, or marching in place for 1 minute for a person who wants to exercise. Want some scientific proof that Kaizen works? Researchers at the University of Bristol divided 78 people into 2 groups. One was told to take 10,000 steps a day, the other 2,500 steps. Which group hit the target more often? The 2,500 group succeeded twice as often as the other. Breaking it down into small steps gives you the chance to experience success, which provides momentum to keep on going. It's also a great antidote to procrastination. You don't have to do it all, just 1 small thing. The other day I heard Don say to Anna, "I can't play cards with you until I go into my room and throw 2 things away because I skipped yesterday." The smallness of the task makes it possible to keep going even when you mess up, because it isn't a mountain of a screw-up. It took him all of 2 minutes to catch up. And with the daily small step method, after only 10 days, his room is already looking better than it ever has. What's the first small step to what you want? Go ahead, underwhelm yourself. Success you create will give you the courage and enthusiasm to persevere and perhaps even up the ante. Once you've done step 1, put step 2 in place. As the great basketball coach John Wooden once said, when you improve a little each day, eventually big things occur. Seek the small improvement one day at a time. Create a huge challenge for yourself. I hope to remind people like me that we each have the strength and ability to do anything we want. Losing weight is a choice, the same as continuing to exist in this terrible condition is a choice. I've decided to live. It really is a simple decision when you think about it. Steve Vaught. A few months before he turned 40, 410-pound Steve Vaught was struck by a jolt of reality. If he didn't lose a lot of weight, he wouldn't live to see 50. Being a happily married father of 2 great kids, as he describes himself in his online journal, this was not a future he wanted to resign himself to. No diet or exercise plan had worked, he explained, because he was good at rationalization. Very good. So he decided, in his words, to create, quote, rehab for the fat guy by taking 6 months to walk across the United States from his hometown of San Diego to New York City. As I write about Steve, it is just shy of 1 year to the day since he set out. He's in Wheeling, West Virginia, having walked 2,409 miles. It's taken him longer for a variety of reasons, including a knee injury and stress fractures. He's lost over 100 pounds and gained a tremendous amount of insight. Losing 102 pounds is significant and important, he writes, but dwelling on a number or becoming a slave to a scale is a surefire way to fail at weight loss. I have learned to judge my health not by a scale of weight, but by a scale of mental harmony. Once you accept that you are in control of your life and weight, and work on curing the emotional base of the weight problem, you will find that the body will take care of itself. In short, cure the mind and the ass will follow. Steve's intuitively setting a really high bar for himself jibes with certain research that shows that dramatic changes may be more effective than small ones. Heart patients following Dean Ornish's strict low-fat diet, for instance, had greater success sustaining their diet and exercise regime over time than those advised to take a more moderate approach. Researchers speculate it's because with a drastic change, you get quicker results and therefore are rewarded by feeling better, which inspires you to keep on going. I wonder whether a big change approach works better in certain situations than others, namely, ones in which it really is a matter of life or death. Bypass surgery folks, those who have had heart attacks, folks with serious chemical addictions, and obese men and women like Steve must change or die. It's that simple. Half measures are not going to cut it in those circumstances. That's a very different circumstance than wanting to learn to ride a Harley Davidson or take a solo vacation. In these non-life or death situations, a small step approach might serve better. I also wonder whether different folks do better with one approach or the other, depending on their personalities and talents. I haven't come across any research on this, but I would guess that some people do well with a big kick-in-the-pants goal, while others are instantly demotivated by the enormity of the task. For instance, a client of mine who vowed to work out 20 minutes 3 times a week had no success. It's so small it's easy for me to blow off, she explained. But when she upped the ante to an hour 3 times a week, she had better results. For me, just thinking about a solid hour makes me nauseous. I've had more success when I began with 30 minutes 3 times a week. Not sure which approach to try? Listen to the next chapter, Follow Your Formula for Success. You may find clues there. If not, pick one approach and try it in the spirit of experimentation and then switch if it isn't working. And if you'd like a dose of inspiration, go to www.thefatmanwalking.com to read more about Steve's adventure. Follow your formula for success. The Ark was built by amateurs and the Titanic by experts. Don't wait for experts. Murray Cohen. I recently read that when singer-songwriter Billy Joel is struggling with writer's block, he doesn't go to a shrink or a song doctor. Rather, he puts on the clothes he's worn when he's written in the past, goes to the cafe where he's written well before, orders the same drink, and uses the same pen and notebook that has brought him success in the past. How have you changed a habit or learned something new in the past? That's a crucial question to consider as you set out this time. Unfortunately, we so often cut ourselves off from the resource of our past successes because of the capacity of the mind to compartmentalize. Meaning, we wall off one experience from another. That was about learning tennis. This is about feeding my family healthier meals. The two are in such different categories that we don't even wonder what success in one could possibly have to do with succeeding at the other. We also don't follow our formula for past successes because we get caught up in looking outside ourselves for the answers. Instead of mining your own inner resources when you want to learn how to quilt, for instance, you do what worked for Aunt Tilly. Or you do what you just read in Cosmo when you want to have a better sex life. There's no dearth of experts telling us how and when and where to do every conceivable thing. That leads us to try someone else's recipe for success rather than following our own. Many of us are so focused on advice outside of ourselves that we don't even know what our particular success formula is. This is a big problem, for our past successes are treasure troves for creating success this time around. Knowing your formula can help you figure out the steps to take and the pitfalls to avoid. And best news of all, you'll learn faster this time because it's much easier for the brain to take something it already knows how to do and apply it to a new circumstance than it is to create a new pathway. To apply your success formula requires letting down the little walls in your mind between one thing and another and believing that you are your own best expert. Are you willing to give it a try? Start by thinking about anything in the past that you were motivated to learn and you did. Then think about how you did it. Then take another example and another. Does a pattern emerge? For instance, I've learned to become much more grateful. I did it by first reading what others had written to inspire me, then creating 2 very simple practices to do on a daily basis. Thanks before dinner with my family, and reminding myself of what I was grateful for every time I started to worry. In looking at other habits I've created, I realized I did the exact same thing to learn to be more generous and patient, to be less angry, even to get fit. I read for inspiration, then I created 1 or 2 practices and did them. In looking over my pattern, I realized something else. Part of my formula for success is that once I pick a practice, I stick to it. I'm still doing all the practices I put in place for anger, generosity, gratitude, patience, and exercise. I don't switch to something else. I don't ask myself whether I feel like doing it. I just keep plodding on with what I committed to. Come to think of it, that's also how I've written all the books I have. I read everything on the subject, then sit at the computer day after day. I don't ask myself if I want to get up on Saturday and go to the computer. Of course I don't. I just do it. Now don't get excited and think that now you've discovered the secret to success. That's my secret. I know people who hate routine, whose formulas for success are to mix it up, to do lots of different things so they don't get bored. I know people who never read to begin, who jump in and adjust as they go along. I know people who first need to research and buy all the best equipment. The point is for you to discover your formula so you can use it. In thinking back over past successes, how did you go about learning something? Ask a loving friend or family member to help if you're having trouble seeing the pattern. Once you've found it, what does that mean for the steps you're going to take for this new habit? Strongly set your intention. The truth is, no matter what kind of game you find yourself in, no matter how good or bad the luck, you can change your life completely with a single thought. David Gregory Roberts. My friend Linda has had serious health problems for the past 6 years that have left her with limited energy and ability to engage with life. She's determined to get healthier this year. Quote, I recently became aware of how powerful a positive intention is, she explained to me. I strongly believe that we bring into being what we persistently focus on. When you don't feel well, it's easy to spiral down into worry that you will never be well, and inadvertently focus on that. So I consciously use a daily intention to keep my focus on what I want, not what I don't. Here's what I do. When I wake up in the morning, regardless of how I'm feeling, I look for what does feel good. Rather than focusing on my hurting head, for instance, I focus on the fact that my legs are working well. Then I remind myself that my intention is to feel good today. As I go through my day making choices, I ask myself, will this food make me feel good? Will this exercise make me feel good? Will this conversation make me feel good? I love Linda's approach. It's a very powerful yet simple way to use intention, like the North Star, as a way to notice where you already have some of what you want and orient through the day to get more of it. I began to suggest her approach to clients. To the woman who wanted more peace, I suggest she notice with gratitude the peace she's already experiencing. Set her intention for peace during the day and ask herself at choice points whether the action before her would bring her more peace. When she got an annoying email from a coworker or a demanding call from her mother, she'd ask herself, what response would bring me the greatest peace? This allowed her to let things go that she would normally have gotten upset about and to respond in more thoughtful ways to coworkers and family members. To the man who wanted to be thinner, I suggested that first thing in the morning he should stop and notice when he's eaten right so far, set his intention to eat well that day, and then make choices accordingly. Will eating this help me with my intention to be thinner? He now asks himself before putting anything into his mouth. What both clients discovered was that this simple practice made it easier to get where they wanted to go. That's because one of our greatest allies of transformation is intention, the drive to do something different. Intention is not wishing, wanting, or hoping. It's the determination to do. Intention allows us not to be prisoners of the past, but to shape a better future by the thoughts we hold in the present. With intention, we indicate to ourselves that we're going to do something no matter what. And by noticing where and when we've already gotten what we intended, we recognize that what we're looking for already exists within us. It's a matter of focusing our attention so that it can grow even stronger and taking the actions that make our intentions turn into reality. One powerful way to signal intention as we set out is to create some kind of ritual to mark our commitment. This is particularly useful if we tried to make this change before. For instance, Joan had been a smoker for more than 20 years. She'd quit for brief periods of time, but she knew she was stopping for good the day she and two friends decided to do a smoking funeral. They went to a hillside and smoked for a final time. Then they buried their cigarettes and matches and declared their intention to live cigarette-free. It's been almost 20 years since that day, and Joan has never touched another cigarette. I believe her ceremony helped a lot. Here's why. When we declare, I'm going to do this, whatever it is, and back it up with some kind of ceremony, we engage all of our brain on behalf of what we want. Stating an intention is a left brain activity. It's logical and analytic. Expressing that same intention in the ceremony engages our right brain, where images and symbols reside. With both sides activated, we're more likely to succeed. The ceremony doesn't have to be elaborate. It can be as simple as writing down what you're letting go of and then burning up the paper, or finding a heart-shaped stone that represents your intention to take good care of yourself and finding a special place to display it. Think about whether you'd like someone else present at your ceremony. The presence of witnesses, like at a wedding, help confirm that you really mean it. Draw on the power of intention to help you succeed. As Abraham Lincoln, who lost elections over and over before becoming president, once said, always bear in mind that your own resolution to success is more important than any other one thing. Create a SMART goal. Goals are dreams with deadlines. Diana Scharf Hunt. Alice, a busy magazine executive I know, recently decided to learn to play the guitar. At first I got hung up on the fact that I don't have 7 hours a week to devote to practice, she explained, and would therefore never be as great as I wanted to be. But I decided not to worry about that and to take a weekly 1-hour lesson for 6 months and practice 15 minutes a day. I'm really enjoying it. Alice understands intuitively the best thing I ever learned about helping individuals and organizations change. You must create goals that are SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Without these 5 elements, success can be very elusive. Specific refers to choosing something you can pin down. Learning the guitar is specific. You know what you need to do. Becoming a better person is not. What do you mean by that? How will you know if you've done it? When we create a vague goal, we set ourselves up for failure because we're never quite sure when we've crossed over to success. So be sure to create something as specific as possible. For instance, learn how to say no rather than get better boundaries. Take 1 weekend day every month to myself rather than make time for myself. Measurable means just that, capable of being measured. People come to me all the time wanting more patience, more time with kids, more happiness. I always say in response, as measured by what? Measurement is crucial because it makes our progress visible to us. Without it, it's easy to feel like you haven't gotten anywhere or to exaggerate in your own mind how far you've come. If your goal is to stop smoking and lose 20 pounds, that's easy to measure. But it is possible to create a measurement for anything. I've just worked with a client to create a measure for finding a new relationship. He's going to track the number of conversations with new women per week. In thinking about measurement, it helps to understand that it can be external, pounds, dollars, days, lower blood pressure, or internal, a sense of ease or peace, greater energy or excitement. The numbers for the first category are obvious. When you're measuring something internal, you need to put it on a scale. For instance, -5 to +5, with -5 being the worst you've ever felt and +5 being the best. Let me give you an example. Imagine that you want to be able to be more tolerant of your in-laws. First, you'd notice what your exasperation number is right now, before you learn anything new. Maybe it's -4. You decide that your measure of success will be getting that number to +3, as measured by feeling more calmness in your body. That way you'll know when you can declare success, when you've gotten to a +3 when around your in-laws. Achievable means being realistic about what's possible. Despite what tabloids promise, you're not going to lose 25 pounds in a week. Don't set yourself up for failure by trying something that's not achievable. Look at your life and decide what you can reasonably do. That's what Alice, the guitar player, did so well. She knows that in her work circumstances, she's not about to become a concert-level player. So she set a more achievable goal, to learn the guitar well enough to enjoy herself. Relevant means something that matters to you. As we learned in preparing to change, if you don't have a really good reason for doing this thing, it's too easy to drop. You've got to know why it's important. Time-bound refers to creating a time in the future when you will be done. Alice is going to take lessons for 6 months. Having an end point puts a structure around what you're doing. It allows you to have something to aim for. Even if this is something you're planning on doing forever, it helps to put a time boundary around it so it doesn't feel overwhelming. Then when you get to the end, you can sign on again. When you create a SMART goal, you know when you've arrived, which is crucial to creating a sense of satisfaction and completion. Without that sense of completion, it's easy to stay in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction with yourself. This is dangerous because it not only obliterates your astral success, but discourages your emotional brain from ever trying to learn anything else. Conversely, when you set a SMART goal and achieve it, you not only experience the joy of a job well done, you reinforce your ability to tackle something else. For practice, look at the differences between 2 genuine New Year's resolutions I recently heard. Jeff's is to lose 1.5 pounds each month by the year's end. Morris is to spend more quality time with my wife without the kids. Whose is SMART? Jeff's. His is specific, measured by a scale, achievable. Experts say you can lose 1 to 2 pounds per week, so within a month is certainly doable. Relevant. He's refereeing his daughter's soccer matches and wants to be able to run around easily. And town-bound. Conversely, if Mort truly wants to enact his resolution, he needs to do some more work around getting more specific and measurable. Stanford professor Carol Dweck discovered something similar when she looked at the difference between those with a growth versus a fixed orientation. When growth folks make plans, they include what, where, how, and why in their thinking. Fixed orientation planners went on willpower, saying, "I'm just going to do it." Guess which group was more successful? It's time for you to create a SMART goal. Like Jeff's, it should be specific. Have a measurement technique and time, be achievable and extremely relevant to you, and have an endpoint. From here on out, we're going to look at how to make your SMART goal happen. Put yourself under contract. Quality is never an accident. It is always the result of high intention, sincere effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. William Foster. My phone rang the other evening. It was Dave, a young man with chronic fatigue syndrome who'd read all my books and was interested in exploring working together. He'd had a number of coaches and therapists. "How do you work?" he asked right off the bat. "Well," I said, "you create a contract for what you want to change in your life in 3 months, and then we work together to bring that into being." No one's asked me to do that ever," he replied. "Maybe that's why you haven't gotten the results you want," I responded. "It's my experience that a contract keeps your desired result front and center and increases your likelihood of success." Dave was silent on the other end. He'd been used to open-ended therapy that focused primarily on his talking about his problems. I was challenging him to discover what change he was willing to commit to so I could help him make it happen. "Let me think about that," he finally said. "You're farther along than Dave. You've already discovered your formula for success and created a SMART goal. Now it's time to put it together by making a contract with yourself that also includes the strategies you'll employ to meet your goal." Why put it in writing? Because there's been lots of research that making a written contract for change really helps people stick to it. It's been shown to help children study more, keep potential suicides from killing themselves, help people exercise consistently, and keep unemployed folks motivated in job searches. Start with something really small and a time frame that's short if that's motivating. Remember Kaizen? When the contract is up, make another, incorporating what you've learned from this one. Or pick a really big thing if you believe that'll be more effective. When you create your contract, I strongly suggest having a witness sign it as well, just like other kinds of contracts. This is important because it helps signal to yourself the seriousness with which you undertake this change and increases the likelihood you'll follow through. As a friend said, "To save face with those I told, I had to do it." Make sure you refer back to your formula of success and include the strategies you'll employ to meet your goal. These are the actions you're going to take to get the results you want. In the exercise contract you'll hear about soon, the strategies are dancing, jogging, and biking. Here's a sample contract. I, so-and-so, will move every day for at least 7 minutes starting on such and such a date and ending on such and such a date. The movement can be dancing, jogging, biking, anything that gets my heart pumping, and I can do it any time during the day as long as I do it. Every day that I keep my promise, I'll be sure to appreciate myself before I go to bed. Signed, date, witnessed. Become a tracker. The secret of success is constancy to purpose. Benjamin Disraeli. Sarah's dream was to become a more confident public speaker. She'd recently gotten a job she really wanted that required a lot of standing up and talking in front of groups. When she created her SMART goal, she decided to measure her comfort level on a scale of -5 to +5. She'd had several public speaking engagements since the last time we spoke. I was asking her how it's going. "I'm not sure," she replied. "It's still scary." "But have you made progress on getting your number up from -5, I asked. "I'm not sure," she confessed. "I don't think so." Sarah is like so many of us who try to change something. She didn't know whether she had improved because she hadn't been tracking her progress. Because change happens in small increments, unless you track yourself, you can't see the improvements you may actually be making. This is particularly true in situations where the measurements are internal, feeling more confident or less worried, for instance. By creating your SMART goal, you've already figured out what you're going to measure. pounds, sense of ease in your body, hours of sleep, times you stay calm with your kids. Now you need to decide how often you should measure and a way to track your measurements. This too can be extremely simple. If it's something you've committed to do daily, like taking time to be thankful at the end of the day, all you need is a chart that has the days down one side. Simply put a check mark next to it when you keep your commitment to yourself. If it's a once-a-week task, let's say cleaning your desk every Friday, you can put a check mark on a calendar so you can keep track. If it's going from a -4 to a +4 when thinking about flying, you need to write down your number every time you get ready for a trip. You can also keep a diary. Journal keepers, say researchers, achieve their goals faster than others. Don't move forward until you figure out a tracking system. Otherwise, you may be discouraged because you don't experience enough success or underestimate how far you've come. Tracking what you've done keeps you grounded in the actual facts rather than in fear or hopefulness. I committed to 7 days a week and did it 4 times. I said I'd spend 1 day per weekend on planning my new business, and I've done it 3 out of 4 weekends. People who don't track don't do as well as those who do. It's as simple as that. Trackers do better not only because they can measure success, but because they mine the data they collect to point them in ever more successful directions. That's because the truth can set you free as long as you look at it as information, not as the chance for self-punishment. For right now, begin to think like a scientist. Scientists don't beat themselves up for what they discover. They simply observe, track the results, and make fact-based conclusions regarding next steps. Emulate Thomas Edison, the creator of the first practical light bulb and many other inventions. As I described in The Power of Patience, when someone categorized his 700 attempts at light bulbs as failures, he said, "I have not failed 700 times. I have not failed once. I have succeeded in proving that those 700 ways will not work. When I eliminate all the ones that don't, I will find the one that does." It took him 1,000 tries. After talking to me, Sarah decided to get more scientific in her approach. Each time she had a public speaking engagement, she wrote down her number the day before and the day of the event. In analyzing the data, she discovered that she experienced greater ease if she prepared her talk several days in advance rather than waiting till the day before. She also learned that giving the speech to a friend the day before helped. The experimental approach can work for you too. "Oh, I thought if I tried doing it in the morning it would be easier, but now I did it only twice this week. What if I shift to the end of the day? Let's see how that will go for next week." The more objective you can remain, the less you will fall into the slough of perfectionism or despair that traps so many would-be resolvers and habit changers. What kind of support do you need? Perfect as the wing of a bird may be, it will never enable the bird to fly if unsupported by air. Pavlov. I was on a 4-hour bus ride through the English countryside. About every hour, the bus would stop and a new driver would get on. It was a system, I saw, that enabled each driver never to get too far from home base, for he would then drive the bus going back where he had just come from. Each time the exchange happened, the drivers would share information about the route. "Avoid the M40, it's all backed up. Take the local route around the church and stay straight until you can hook up 10 miles ahead." Because each had been where the other was going, they could give one another real-time information. There were no cell phones, no shortwave radios, no pagers, no walkie-talkies. What a profoundly interesting and simple support system. I imagined it had been created in stagecoach days, and it continued unabated for centuries. As we go about living the change we want to see in ourselves, we need to take a lesson from these English bus drivers. We need a way to stay close to home base and learn from other journeyers who have gone before us. Receiving support doesn't mean we're weak, stupid, or needy. It just means that the road ahead is unknown because we haven't traveled on it yet. If we're willing to accept support, we can avoid a great number of potholes and traffic jams we would otherwise encounter. I was talking recently to a 60-year-old man who had dreamed of flying all his life and was working to get a pilot's license. Asking for support was something he'd avoided his whole life. So he'd gone it alone in taking the written test, even though it would be hard for him. I flunked, he admitted, and that was a major lesson for me. I realized that if I wanted to make my dream come true, I had to ask for help. I realized that if I really wanted to make my dream come true, I had to ask for help. I went to my wife and asked her to drill me every evening. The second time, I passed with flying colors. Now I'm about to be tested on instrument flying, and you better believe she's helping me prepare. I don't care who you are or what you're trying to learn. When you're learning something new, it's best to have support, even if it's only support in remembering your intention. Many of us get stuck or give up because we believe we should fly solo and therefore crash and burn. We're taught that not knowing something is a sign of weakness, so we cut ourselves off from one of the crucial components of success, help from the outside. All of us know that if we want to learn physics, we've got to seek out a book or a person to teach us. We know we can't just sit there and manifest physics knowledge. But when it comes to changing habits in ourselves or making our dreams manifest, we believe we should somehow miraculously know how to do it by ourselves. Support comes in all kinds of forms. Someone who's been there before who can help you avoid the pitfalls, a partner who'll practice with you, a group of people who are all working on the same thing, a friend you report to, a coach who helps you stay accountable, a therapist who helps you uncover long-buried feelings, a board of advisors to help you build your construction business. The question when you're bringing something new into being is not, do I need help, but what kind of help do I need? Melanie Griffith recently acknowledged that she goes to AA up to 3 times a day to stay clean and sober. A friend working on being more grateful has a friend she emails her list of things she's thankful for at the end of each day. The friend responds with her own list. I have a workout partner. It helps me get to the gym knowing she'll be there too. Sometimes I have clients who leave me a daily message on my voicemail, letting me know how they're progressing on becoming more upbeat or organized. Support can motivate us, teach us, and remind us of what we're trying to accomplish. At any given moment, you may need one or another of these forms of support. One of the best things outside support can do is to help us hold ourselves accountable and create deadlines. This is critical when what you want to bring into being is not being asked for from the outside. Organizing your house, starting your own business, writing a memoir, losing 20 pounds, these are things you want to do because you want to. No one is demanding it of you. Without someone to be accountable to, it's easy to slip back to the status quo. When you have a writing group that meets on Tuesday and you have to show up with a sketch, you're more likely to write. When your friend is going to show up at the door to go to yoga class with you, you're more likely to go. When you're going to get weighed in at Tops on Friday, you're more likely to stick to your weight loss plan. Outside support structures help us keep our promises to ourselves. Weight Watchers, for instance, claims that people who use its support group are 3 times more likely to lose weight than folks on their own. Of course, support does not have to come only from people. It can also be found in books, music, the internet, drives in the car, long walks, swimming, inspiring quotes, anything that helps you do what you want to. Don't discount legal chemical support, too. Our brain chemistry has a lot to do with the actions we do or don't take. If you're seriously depressed or extremely anxious, it's hard to get into motion or sustain forward action. And if you're a subject to binge behavior of any sort, sex, eating, drinking, shopping, it could be your dopamine level is out of whack. Dopamine has been shown to inhibit impulsive behavior, and improper dopamine function has been associated with addictions of all sorts. In thinking about the change you want to make, what kind of support do you need right now? One way to begin to answer the question is to ask yourself, when I've accomplished something in the past, who or what has helped me do it? Any accomplishment will do. Now think of another. What helped you do that? Now a third. Is a pattern emerging of the kind of support you need? Elizabeth's dream was to buy a house. When moving time came, lots of friends offered to help. She was completely overwhelmed as to what kind of help she needed, until she remembered that in the past, her friend Monica, the voice of reason as she called her, always helped her get straightened out. As usual, in 8 minutes she helped me figure out a plan of attack. Then I went off happily to move. When I thought about my pattern of support, here's what emerged. I first get support by reading about others who have done what I want to do. Then I start practicing and talking to my friends about what I'm learning. They give me other ideas. The talking also reinforces what I've learned. I then write about it, which helps me ratchet up my learning a notch. When it's something I don't like to do, I do it best with a buddy, so I can't wiggle out of it. What works for you?
It's going to feel awkward at first. You must break out of your current comfort zone and become comfortable with the unfamiliar and the unknown. Dennis Waitley. John Carroll is a writer for the San Francisco Chronicle. I read him every morning. The other day his column opened up this way. So, the new thing this year is that Tracy and I are taking waltz lessons at Big Al's Brainlock Ballroom, where the concepts of left and right turn out to be a lot more subtle than I had originally thought. Also, what is this on the beat they speak of? It is, however, wonderful fun, although not perhaps for anyone watching. Now you know why I love John. He's funny. Smart, too, because whether he knows it consciously or not, he knows that when you first begin to do something new or different, you are not very good at it. This may seem obvious, but you can't believe how often it gets in our way. We feel awkward, tongue-tied, all thumbs, as if we've got two left feet, and we take it as a sign to go back to the tried and true. Even if the tried and true is a prison cell, we long for the comfort of the familiar. As a friend says, be it ever so toxic, there's no place like home. But to learn anything, we have to leave the comfort of the known for the awkwardness of the untried. And we must accept our ineptness as the price of beginning, trusting that, like adolescence, we'll grow out of that awkward stage and blossom into mastery if we just hang in there. I'll never forget the first time I had to stand up in front of a corporate group as a consultant and do a presentation. Talk about a stretch. It was a Fortune 50 company paying a lot of money for leadership development, and I had just switched that week from being a book editor for 25 years. I guess I did okay. I was asked back. But someone in the room who saw me present 6 months later remarked that she couldn't believe how much better I'd gotten. So obviously my awkwardness was apparent on the outside too. But I would not have the career I do today if I hadn't been willing to endure the discomfort that comes with stretching beyond my previous experience. You absolutely cannot change anything if you stay in the familiar. That's the place where you get what you've always gotten. That's what makes it comfortable, the habit of it, the I do this all the time. Anytime you break out of that place, it's going to feel weird. What do you do with your hands if you're not smoking? What else can you do with your time besides go to the mall on Saturdays and spend money you don't have? No, all hell won't break loose if you sit down and work on your writing before checking your emails. It just feels that way. And yes, you may have trouble knowing left from right when you first begin to waltz. Somebody once told me that people who change can tolerate anxiety better than those who stay stuck. I take that to mean that they are able to stand being awkward. The awkward feeling is actually a good thing. It's a sign you're learning. We at Professional Thinking Partners teach our clients that there are 3 zones of existence: comfort, stretch, and stress. Stretch is where change occurs. It's where you feel awkward, but not so stressed out that learning is impossible. Imagine you decide to learn to ski. The comfort zone would be sitting at home. The stretch zone might be, for you, the bunny slope. And the stress zone would be a black diamond run. These zones are moving targets. If you practice on the bunny slope, it then becomes your comfort zone. Eventually, the black diamond run becomes your stretch zone. So remember, if what you're doing doesn't feel at least somewhat weird to you, you haven't gone far out enough of your comfort zone for change to happen. Getting into the stretch zone is good for you in general, by the way. It helps keep your brain healthy. It turns out that unless we continue to learn new things, which challenges our brains to create new pathways, they literally begin to atrophy, which may result in dementia, Alzheimer's, and other brain diseases. Continuously stretching ourselves will even help us lose weight, according to one study. Researchers who asked folks to do something different every day, listen to a new radio station, for instance, found that they lost and kept off weight. No one is quite sure why, but scientists speculate that getting out of routine makes us more aware in general. The implication of all of this is that we should welcome awkwardness when we're creating a new habit. It's the sign our brain is creating a pathway that will eventually make us proficient. When I help beginning writers, I always tell them, spew and then review. Just get it out, no matter how badly. You can clean it up later. Those who are willing to do that finish their books. The ones who couldn't are still stuck. But since we live in a culture that reveres comfort, it can be very challenging to feel awkward or do something badly. So I encourage my clients to announce their beginner status when appropriate, to remind themselves and others that they may not do it perfectly. I'm new at this apologizing stuff, so bear with me. I'm just beginning to articulate my vision for the company, so I need you to listen without criticizing. I'm just learning how to have fun without drinking. Can you help me? Moving into the stretch zone takes courage. That's one of the reasons why changing habits or following your dream is character building. It requires that you take a risk. The risk of looking foolish. The risk of falling flat on your face. But as Stephen Covey reminds us, the greatest risk is of riskless living. Because we never get to where we want to go from the comfort zone. So get out on that dance floor and give it all your best shot. It will get easier. I promise. Yes, you can find the time. Time is a created thing. To say I don't have time is to say I don't want to. Lao Tzu. All of the people I work with feel time-starved. They have too many tasks to accomplish in a day, a week, a month, or a year. Some come to me precisely because they want help in focusing and figuring out what to pay attention to and what to let go of. Others are trying to get healthy or have a better family life but have, quote, no time. They deal with the immense workload by working more. Many are drastically sleep-deprived and as a consequence are impaired in their capacity to think rationally or take things in stride. Not one thinks he or she has any options. Renee was one such client. The head of 100 people involved in a variety of complex projects. She would arrive home from the office around 8, fix dinner for herself and her husband, then answer emails from 10 o'clock to midnight or 1 a.m., sleep for 4 or 5 hours, and get to the office by 7 to begin it all again. Every day. She knew she needed time for sleep and exercise, but it felt impossible. I asked her what would happen if she left her computer at the office in the evenings. She was sure that disaster would strike. I challenged her to try it for a week. The next time we spoke, she exclaimed, "It's amazing. If I answer emails at night, a slew of responses await me in the morning. If I don't answer until the morning, the responses come a bit later. I'm not slowing the volume down by staying up all night, nor am I speeding up the project significantly. The only effect taking a few hours to myself is having is on me, positively." What Renee discovered, to her happy amazement, was that she could take back daily time for herself without the sky falling. And that's no small thing. So many of us, particularly women, believe not only that we are totally indispensable, or should be, but that we must sacrifice anything and everything we might need to keep the world turning. And we fool ourselves into believing that we have no choice in the matter. The truth is, of course, that every day, every single one of us who is not imprisoned or enslaved chooses where and how to focus our time. Those around us, bosses, family members, friends, may gladly take advantage of our willingness to choose everyone and everything but ourselves. But we shouldn't fool ourselves that it's not our choice. Renee got another strong lesson from this one day when she was complaining about a colleague. "He never stays late and he's considered the golden boy. How does he keep up with all the demands? Ask him," I suggested. When she did, he told her, "I ignore everything I don't consider important." "I could never do that," Renee said to me. "If I don't respond to everyone, I feel bad." "That's right," I said, "and that's why you're so exhausted." Each of us has the choice as to how we spend our time. But it's really easy to tell ourselves that it's not our choice, especially when it involves some new habit or dream that takes energy to bring into being. I know that I can easily fall into the no time trap when it comes to exercising. But as Lao Tzu reminds us, what I'm really saying to myself is I don't want to work out. And so I challenge myself to quit making excuses and get back out to the gym. And if that means my family will not have a fancy homemade dinner or that my to-do list gets even longer, that's the price I'll have to pay. To-do lists are endless anyway. This is not to say finding the time is easy. It may require sacrifice. Organizing your closets instead of watching TV. Using vacation time to take a course rather than relax. Not visiting your aging mother as much as you, quote, should. In some senses, the trade-offs we make reveal what we really care about. I remember once reading about Sylvia Plath. She was a young divorcee with 2 small children when she wrote some of her best poetry at 4 or 5 a.m. before the kids woke. That's how much she wanted it. Time is one of our most precious resources. Even if you can carve out only 15 minutes a day to devote to your new habit, that's 91 hours over the course of a year. What time choices do you need to make so that you can have what you really want? When you don't know what to do, channel someone who does. Most people live, whether physically, intellectually, or morally, in a very restricted circle of their potential being. They make use of a very small portion of their possible consciousness and of their soul's resources in general, much like a man who, out of his whole bodily organism, should get into a habit of using and moving only his little finger. William James. Tricia came to me to work on getting more organized. Nothing she had ever done worked so far, or at least not for long. Looking at her formula for success in other realms wasn't helping. I was getting desperate. "Who is the most organized person you know?" I asked. "My friend Lucy," she replied. "Okay," I said, "what would Lucy do right now?" "Well, she'd unpack her suitcase before checking her email." "How about if you try that?" I said, and off Tricia went, having been instructed to keep asking what would Lucy do and then doing it. I love this little trick. It's a way of getting an answer for yourself when you're stuck. For of course you are the one coming up with the answer. Lucy isn't there. For all you know, she may not unpack her suitcase for days. But somehow thinking through someone else's eyes gives us access to inner resources we otherwise wouldn't discover. When Tricia thinks habitually, she comes in the door, sees the mess, and feels overwhelmed. When she thinks like Lucy, she gets out of her own way, and a solution pops up. What this really means, of course, is that Tricia actually does know somewhere in her mind how to get and stay organized, but habit prevents her from enacting what she knows. By pretending to be someone else, she circumvents her habit. You can do this for anything. An incredibly poised friend in her mid-30s told me that she grew up very shy and had a difficult time in social settings until she saw a Katharine Hepburn movie in her college years and realized she could present herself like Hepburn. Quote, "I love how forthright she was without trying to be funny or put on airs. To this day, when I speak or interact, I try to channel the 3 qualities I ascribe to her: courageous, honest, and generous. Want to be happier? Think of the happiest person you know. Then do what he would do. Want to be calm? Think of the calmest person you can think of and imagine how she'd respond." In The Art of Changing, Susan Peabody talks about using her daughter Kathy this way. "Whenever we're together, I take clues from her. If we're at the supermarket and people are annoying, she stays calm. Every time I start to get upset, I just look at her and think, if she can stay polite, so can I. When we're apart, I frequently ask myself, what would Kathy do in this situation? Then I do it." There's a variation on this that also works. Think of someone you care deeply about. Your sibling, a dear friend, your spouse. Imagine that they've come to you for advice on the exact problem you're having. What would you tell them to do? Whenever I challenge someone to do this, they always come up with all kinds of great suggestions. After they've finished, I ask a question. Are you willing to take your own advice? Usually there's dead silence on the other end of the line as the person absorbs what's just happened. Most bravely go off to give it a try and usually report greater success than with any idea I could have come up with. The reason these techniques work is because, as motivational writer Tara Gold says, everything you need to break unhealthy cycles of behavior is within you. Yes, support from others can be invaluable. Yes, watching others may lead you to try something you've never done before. But most often, somewhere deep inside of you, you already have the answer you are seeking. You've just got to do the hard work of remembering and applying it today. And when it comes to that, it sometimes helps to channel someone else. Oops, I forgot. Habits are cobwebs at first, cables at last. Chinese proverb. I recently went on a 12-day business trip to Europe with 2 colleagues. One said to me as we got on the plane, "I'm watching my weight. Will you help me eat right by reminding me to eat salads and chicken?" One night, we'd been working late, and we were sitting around waiting to go out to dinner with others. My dieting friend arrived with several bags of chips for the group. As he tore into one, I privately reminded him of his request. "I completely forgot," he replied. "Thanks for reminding me." Scientists tell us that the amount of time between impulse and action is half a second. Half a second. We really don't give it any thought, because whatever pathway we've created operates at warp speed. We've got our hands in the cookie jar, the liquor to our lips, the inexcusable insult hurled at our spouse. So to learn something new, we absolutely have to increase our awareness so that we have a choice between impulse and action. Awareness equals the potential for freedom from our habituated mind. A recent study shows that thinking about what you ate at lunch before eating an afternoon snack results in an average 14-pound weight loss. That's how powerful simple awareness is. Paul Eichmann, former head of the Human Interaction Lab at the University of California at San Francisco, studied emotions for 50 years. In a recent article in Shambhala's Sun, he said, "When I completed my training 45 years ago, my supervisor said, 'If you can increase the gap between impulse and action, you will benefit your patient.'" Such awareness is the best friend we can have in creating a new habit. It's like the pause button on the TV. With awareness, the impulse arises and we get to decide what course of action we're going to take. What would be the outcome of yelling at my child? Am I going to be happy later if I drink this now? Will it help me to become more organized if I just throw this on the floor of my closet? This pause doesn't even take very long. Someone once told me that the awareness itself only takes half a second. I believe that's because if you are clear on what you want and why, you don't actually have to go through the process of asking yourself questions such as the one in the paragraph above. It's more of a semi-automatic, "Oh yeah, I don't want to do this anymore," or "Remember, I've decided to do something else." So how are you going to remember to press the pause button? Whenever I ask my clients this, there's dead silence. Most of us haven't been taught awareness strategies. But in the beginning, like my dieting friend, you absolutely need some kind of reminder from the outside. Not because you're weak or bad, but because your habit cables are so strong. You forget, and then you beat yourself up for forgetting. Avoid the shame cycle by putting awareness jogs in place. Stress and fitness expert Dr. Pamela Peake suggests posting stickies on the fridge and food or liquor bottles that say, "The answer is not here." I tell clients who want to learn to be more grateful to post a note on their steering wheel, "What am I thankful for right now?" Every time they see the sign, they have to answer the question. Put a picture on your desk of the way you want it to look. Ask a friend to email you every day with a note saying, "What have you done to advance your business idea today?" I once helped a friend buy a ring that was a reminder to treat her mother with patience. When talking to her face-to-face or on the phone, she'd fiddle with the ring to remember her intention. You can also increase awareness by temptation-proofing your environment. Cut up the credit cards or put them in the freezer so the next time you go to whip them out, they're not there. Then you remember that you don't want to spend. Get rid of the chips, cookies, and ice cream. Then when you find yourself scrounging in the cupboards, you remember you've chosen not to indulge in such items. If you're giving something up addictive, you may need to avoid the places and people associated with indulging. That's because the body develops a physical response to the environments it was in when you indulged. Psychologists call this conditioned cravings. The surroundings or time of day or familiar faces have been so connected to the substance that your body begins to create intense cravings that are hard to resist. Find something else to do at 5 o'clock if that was your daily cocktail hour. Avoid parties for a while. If you have to have candy at the movies and are losing weight, don't go to the movies. If you're trying to control your temper with your spouse and you always fight at Home Depot, avoid Home Depot for a while. When my husband first stopped smoking pot, he asked his friends not to indulge around him. That helped a lot, he said. Otherwise, his old habit would have just taken over. Asking others to be your awareness partner can be tricky. The last thing you need is to have someone nag you. "You promised me you'd never smoke again," I used to cry hysterically at my now ex every time I caught him with a cigarette. As you might guess, it was highly ineffective. He started doing it behind my back. I was always suspicious. That's one of the potential pitfalls of enlisting help. You could start sneaking around. If human reminders cause too much tension, rely on more impersonal technologies. Notes, scheduling awareness strategies in your day planner, screensaver, emails that you're set up to send to yourself automatically. You may find that you have to keep inventing new awareness jogs as your brain gets used to the old ones and they become part of this background scenery. If you no longer notice the sign on your computer saying, "Remember to breathe," before picking up the phone, it's time to put it somewhere else. Or come up with a new reminder. You can set your computer to buzz every hour to remind you to take 3 breaths. If you want to increase the possibility of success, be sure to put such reminders in place. I promise that you won't need them forever, just long enough for the new habit to become the new default. Then the habit cable will be one that you can rely on, not be imprisoned by. Here's a few tips to avoid the destructive dynamics when asking others to help you remember what you've resolved. First, you must be the one who makes the request for awareness support. Pick someone without a vested interest. It was not the wife of the dieter who asked for a reminder. He may have bristled at her much more than at me. You must be explicit about what kind of reminder you'd like. It's probably not a lecture, just something simple like, "Did you write your 10 pages today?" Or it could even be a code between the two of you, like the words "yellow submarine," to help you keep from mindlessly eating the donut in front of you. Finally, the other person must deliver the reminder and then back off. Follow through is up to you. Make backup plans, not excuses. 99% of the failures come from people who have the habit of making excuses. George Washington Carver. Most of my clients are serious about changing. They put their money where their mouth is to work with me, which is a sign of serious commitment and intention. And despite inevitable setbacks along the way, for the most part, they do change. Maybe not as much or as fast as they prefer, but they do. Occasionally, however, I happen upon folks who don't seem to ever create forward momentum. They commit to an action when we speak, and then they show up the next time with all the reasons why they haven't done it. The excuses tend to fall in 2 categories. It's all my fault. I'm lazy, disorganized, stupid, undisciplined. Or the circumstances are beyond my control. Business meetings, kid got sick, dog peed on the project. The first group is expert at negative self-analysis. The second is great at blaming everything and everyone else. Life is good at throwing us curveballs that get in our way, particularly when it comes to changing a habit or doing something different. Because more energy is required to change than to stay the same, it's easier to get thrown off a new course. That's why I love the recommendation of Pamela Peeke in her book, Fight Fat After 40. Create contingency plans up front. Because any number of curveballs may knock you down, she says, not only should you have a backup plan, but have backups to your backups. That way you won't lose momentum. You won't have to stop because you've already figured out what you're going to do instead. And you won't give up in despair because you've already found another way forward. Here's how management expert Lester Biddle puts it. Good plans shape good decisions. That's why good planning helps to make elusive dreams come true. I had just finished reading Dr. Peake's advice one fine summer day when I got the chance to practice it. I put the book down and drove to the gym, only to discover it was closed due to a family emergency. Okay, I said to myself, I need plan B. I'll go home and swim in my pool. At that very moment, it turned cold and started raining, which, let me tell you, never happens in the summer in Walnut Creek, California. By now I was laughing. Okay, universe, I get the message. Putting on my raincoat, I went to plan C, walking as fast as I could for 30 minutes. It was an important lesson for me, and not just about keeping my own commitment to fitness. I realized I had not been serving my excuse-making clients very well. I had not helped them create contingency plans, which had led some of them to blame themselves and others to blame everything else. I began asking at the end of our sessions, what's plan B? If you can't do this in the way we've just discussed, what's your backup? It's been extremely helpful to them to create alternative scenarios. Their rate of success skyrocketed. Like my clients, rather than getting bogged down after the fact in excuses, which only makes you feel bad and gets in the way of success, how about planning for things to go wrong? You will have business meetings that mess with your commitment to get enough sleep. You will be pressed for time and have to feed your kids in a hurry, despite your no more junk food resolution. The job you thought you had in the bag may indeed fall through. What are your contingency plans? What are you going to do about your commitment to writing in your journal daily when your mother comes to town? What are plans B and C now that you've given up drinking and you've just been invited to a bar for a business meeting? How are you going to meet that special someone if you try eHarmony.com with no success? Make contingency plans and you'll find you don't need excuses. Miraculously, you won't be lazy or undisciplined, and you'll know just what to do when the dog pees on the report. Use your imagination to make it easier. If you want to reach a goal, you must see the reaching in your own mind before you actually arrive at your goal. Zig Ziglar. Years ago, there was a famous study done on champion skiers training for the Olympics. One group did their normal training on the slopes. The others didn't ski at all. Rather, they vividly imagined themselves making each run correctly. When it came to game time, the imaginers skied better than the others. The results were so astounding that since then, imagining a peak performance is one of the techniques high-performance athletes use regularly. How does it work? It turns out that if the process is vivid enough, the brain does not differentiate between imagining doing something and actually doing it. Either way, our neurons are firing that particular sequence, making it easier to do again. There's an upside and a downside to this. The downside is that when we imagine scary possibilities and gloomy outcomes, we train our brains to get that result. The upside is that we can use this trick to make changing a habit or learning something new easier. This understanding is what spawned a whole industry of affirmations and visualizations. But often those don't work for two reasons. First, because each of these is incomplete. We actually need to imagine success in the three ways in which we experience the world: seeing, hearing, and feeling, in order for the brain to make new pathways. We have to see, hear, and feel ourselves in the situation as if it were actually happening. Merely saying, "I will be thin," or just picturing yourself in a bikini won't work. Second, in order for this to be effective, you need to vividly imagine yourself in the situation, in technicolor as it were. If you're quitting smoking, for instance, you better believe that you're wanting to smoke as a vivid imagining. Trying to write a new program in the brain, as it were, requires an even more vivid imagining. Otherwise, you're just wasting your breath chanting, "I will be smoke-free." Here's an example. Louise came to me because she wanted help finishing her novel. One of the first things I had her do was envision the book already done and sitting on her shelf, then take a blank book and create the title and cover she saw. She now sets it beside her computer as a reminder of where she's heading. Then we worked on her seeing, hearing, and feeling herself typing on the computer, writing that last page, sending it off to an agent, having it accepted by a publisher, and opening the box of books on publication day. She imagined it all down to the smell of the cardboard box. And it did make it easier for her to do. She'd been trying to finish for 4 years. After our work, she was done in 6 months. Now that she's learned the process, she can use that same making the future real for anything else. The new house she wants to live in, the relationship she wants to have. Don't despair. Understand the 3 stages of learning. The closer you get to the lighthouse, the darker it gets. Japanese proverb. Andrea was distraught. "I promised to enjoy my life more this year, but this week all I've done is stress out over the report I have due tomorrow and run around so fast that I never even once noticed the flowers in my garden or sat quietly for 10 minutes as I promised myself I would do." "Actually," I replied, "I'm happy to report that you're making progress." "You've got to be kidding," she responded. "I totally screwed up." "Perhaps," I said, "but you noticed you blew it. Congratulations." What Andrea didn't know, and chances are you don't either, is that learning happens in 3 phases. The first is called post hoc. meaning after the fact you recognize that you wanted to do it differently. This is the I told myself last week I'd remember to be patient with my mother stage, the I just remembered I was going to check for jobs on Monster.com yesterday stage. Believe it or not, learning is happening because before this, you're not even aware enough to know what's going on at all. The second is ad hoc, meaning that while it's happening, you're aware you want to do it differently. That's where another client, Sandy, is in her anger management learning curve. Quote, as I was about to yell at my husband, I thought to myself, walk away, walk away. Then I thought, screw it, and let him have it right between the eyes. End quote. This is the I shouldn't buy this cookie wine pair of $200 pants, but I'm going to do it anyway stage. The I should turn off this computer and spend more time with my family, but I'm still sitting here stage. The third is called pre-hawk, which means you've learned it so well that you've got it in place before anything happens. You'll be proud of me, reported Lucy, who'd been learning about becoming more organized. I vowed to keep my house clean through the holidays, and I did it, no problem. This is where you're doing exactly what you want on a regular basis, with more successes than mistakes. Here's the dirty little secret. You've got to pass through stages 1 and 2 to get to 3. It's just how learning happens. And it can feel like you're making no progress at all because, by definition, you're exquisitely aware of how and when you're blowing it. And unless you understand this and learn what to do about it, you can stay stuck in stage 1 or 2 forever. This is crucial to understand. If I could leave you with only one tip for changing anything in your life, it would be this. Recognizing you're blown it is progress. That's why I love the quote about the lighthouse that opens this section. Why it's always darkest before the dawn. There's always a phase in creating forward motion when all you notice is how hard it is and how little you've moved. Now comes the delicate part. Whether you move forward has everything to do with how you treat yourself once you notice you've blown it. The trick is to learn from the experience without judging yourself negatively so you don't get discouraged and give up in defeat. That's why growth orientation, from preparing to change, is so important. Here's what I teach my clients to say to themselves. Great, I'm learning. Otherwise, I wouldn't even notice I screwed up. What can I take from this experience for next time? When Andrea asked herself that question, she realized that she hadn't created any reminders for herself to sit quietly or take a stroll through the garden. So she posted a big note on both sides of her front door so she could see it coming and going. Every time she noticed it, she was to take one or the other action right then. I'm encouraged, she said the next time we met. I'm doing a bit better. Now when I get worked up into a frenzy, I recognize it while it's happening. We can move through the stages of learning something new, but only if we're willing to treat ourselves encouragingly in the early parts so that we keep our spirits up, remind our brains that we're making progress, and mine our experiences for tomorrow's efforts. Show up with grit. 80% of success is showing up. Woody Allen. I once had a friend who was a smoker. He stopped many times over the years. But always, a week, a month, or a year later, he started again. Once, when he was in a non-smoking phase, I asked him how it was going. Oh, it's not hard, he said. I've done it 1,000,000 times. I knew then that this time wasn't going to work either. It is hard, bloody hard, and not acknowledging that to himself was part of what kept him falling back. Until he recognized how hard it was for him to stick to his goal, he would never put in place the strategies he needed to get through the hard times. I remember once, about a year after my husband stopped smoking pot, he turned to me and said, "You know, I'm glad it's illegal, because if I could buy dope at the corner store, I'm not sure I could stay straight." He admitted to himself that it was difficult, and ironically, the admission set him free. It allowed him to show up in a dedicated way and accept the challenge. Changing long-standing habits and ways of being can be extremely hard, particularly, of course, when it involves substances that are physically addicting, like alcohol and drugs, including nicotine, or compulsive eating, or anorexia. But because of the way our brains are structured to run the program they already run, even changing mental habits can be quite a feat. I've recently been working with a self-described angry worrywart in her mid-20s who wants to be more positive, grateful, and patient. "I can't believe how hard it is," she's exclaimed on more than one occasion. I always point out that she's smart to learn now. Imagine how grooved in the negative habits would be when she was 53, like me. The fact that it is hard is why, if you really want to change something or bring something into being, you've got to make the commitment to show up to accept the change as the challenge that it is. I recently read a piece about Ivana Chukbuk, the acting coach for Brad Pitt, Halle Berry, and Charlize Theron. She said about her successful students, quote, "The students who made it all had an incredible work ethic and tremendous tenacity of spirit. Brad worked 3 jobs and lived with 5 people to afford classes." End quote. What you want to do may require equivalent determination and effort. This is no piece of cake, no walk in the park, no bed of roses. If it were, you wouldn't need a book to help you. You would have already done it. Showing up is a mental, emotional, and spiritual act that expresses commitment. You acknowledge that it's serious business and that you're up to the challenge. My client Connie is the best personification of this that I know. A single mother of 3 boys, one of whom is autistic, she has a life full of financial, relational, and circumstantial challenges. I've had the privilege of watching her blossom in many ways over the past 4 years. Once she's clear that a change must be made, no matter how difficult, in her living situation, her relationship with others, or herself, and we've talked through what she needs to do, she always says 4 magic words, "I can do that," and then she does. She built a successful business this way, ended unhealthy relationships, learned to exercise and eat right. That's showing up for herself, her sons, and her life. When we show up, we exhibit grit. Grit is the determination to succeed, which, according to recent studies, may be as important as ability. Researchers found that folks with grit are more likely to achieve success at school, work, and other undertakings because, scientists speculate, their passion and commitment helps them endure the inevitable setbacks that occur in any long-term project. I don't think grit is something you have or don't. It's a quality you create when you make the choices to show up for what you really want for yourself, no matter how difficult. Do a post-game review. Even if you're on the right track, you'll get run over if you just sit there. Will Rogers. Glenn, an extremely ambitious, high-powered executive, came to work with me. He was the kind of guy who measures his worth in hours spent at the office. His boss had suggested our partnership because he wasn't totally pleased with his performance. In particular, Glenn wasn't good at listening. He tended to just push his own agenda. Glenn and I spoke of the importance of his learning to ask questions. His homework was to notice for 2 weeks how many questions he asked in meetings versus how many statements he made. When we next met, I asked him how he had done. "I've been so busy I haven't had time to think about it," he confessed. "I think I'm doing better, but I don't know." I explained to him that reflection after an event accelerates learning. He looked at me as if I had just flown in from Mars. I don't think he had ever reflected on himself or his behavior in his entire life. Then I had a moment of inspiration. I knew he loved football, and so I said, "You know how after the game the coach and players get together and do an analysis of how they've done so they could do even better next week? That's what I'm talking about, a post-game review." "Oh," he said, the light bulb going on. Suddenly he was fully engaged. We proceeded to devise a system where, rather than go directly to thinking about what he had to do next, which was his habit, he would do a post-game review as he was walking or driving away from every meeting. What Glenn discovered is what you will too if you practice doing a post-game review. It keeps what we're trying to learn front and center. Tracking his number of questions after a meeting made it easier for him to remember to ask questions at the next meeting. Pretty soon he could do it automatically. He and his boss were pleased. Reflection also accelerates learning because it gives us a chance to evaluate how we're doing and course correct. What worked? How could I do it even better next time? These are the 2 best reflection questions I know because they lead your mind to reinforce success, do more of this, and consider improvement without falling into shame or guilt. I once worked with a leadership team for 9 months, helping them become a high-performing group. Each week, they got better and better at thinking together, simply by asking those 2 questions at the end of their meetings. What worked? How could I do it even better next time? How and when will you reflect on your performance? You've already created your SMART goal. For instance, to spend 2 hours per week doing just what you want for yourself. So perhaps you decide that you reflect each Monday morning as you drive to work. What worked? Perhaps you discover you didn't get 2 hours, but you did get a whole hour to read some of the novel that's been sitting at your bedside on Saturday afternoon when your husband took the kids to soccer. What could be improved upon? I see it's not easy to get 2 hours in a row. This week I'm going to aim for 1 hour on the weekend and 1 hour on Tuesday when the kids go to bed. Then next Monday, you repeat the same 2 questions, readjusting and re-strategizing until you find the formula that works. I can't encourage you enough to add the post-game review to your repertoire. It's one of the best ways to achieve the greatest success. AA is on to something, one day at a time. We do this one day at a time in a row. Craig, posted on a recovery website. I was talking to a friend who recently came to understand that she had to stop drinking. My mind is a very funny thing, Leslie proclaimed. If I think to myself I can never drink again, all that I want to do is drink. And I think all kinds of unhelpful things. My recent favorite is, but this means I can't drink champagne at my daughter's wedding. How ridiculous can I be? She's 6, with no marriage candidates in sight. AA and other 12-step programs are full of wisdom about change. One of my favorites is one day at a time. You don't have to stop drinking forever. You just have to go through today without drinking. Then when tomorrow comes, you do it again. That's a very intelligent strategy because as soon as you think never or forever, your mind immediately throws up all kinds of resistance. Forever is just too darn long. Never is just too darn hard. But today, anyone can do today. You don't have to be an addict for this to be useful. I know if I tell myself I have to exercise every day for the rest of my life, my first response is to want to go lie down and never get up. But when I say you've got to exercise today, then it becomes possible. I used to think the reason for this is that we're all weak, screwed up human beings. But then I came across an alternative explanation that I found extremely useful. All living systems, including humans, they explain, are hardwired to adapt and hardwired to keep their integrity by remaining the same. Without the capacity to adapt, we would never evolve as individuals or species. But without the capacity to resist change, we'd all lose our individuality and morph into whatever we came across. Psychologist Dominique de Backer explains it this way in a recent O magazine article. Quote, the brain will accept new information only if it doesn't jeopardize or harm the coherence the brain is trying to maintain. When we try to make changes that are too aggressive, our systems try to maintain the status quo by swinging in the opposite direction. This is one of the reasons, for instance, that why strict diets don't work. Telling yourself never to let chocolate pass your lips brings on an instantaneous desire for 10 pounds of chocolate as your system struggles to keep the comfort of the way it's always been. Because of these conflicting drives to change and to stay the same, Maloney and Moorfield claim that the key question really is, how can success be achieved and sustained in a healthy, life-enhancing way? That's where one day at a time comes in. It's gentle enough not to set off the man, the battle station, something big is trying to force us into being different, part of ourselves. But it does move us into action. We're not just sitting there doing nothing. We're doing it today. However, one day at a time is not an excuse to do it once and then forget it. It requires us to sign on again the next day, and then the next. Leslie has found this extremely helpful. I'm 6 months sober now, she told me. I still have dreams about drinking, but I've learned if you're dreaming about it, you're not doing it. And as long as I stick to making it through today, my mind leaves me alone about the future. See it for yourself. Practice self-appreciation every day. If a person focuses on the problem itself and continues to give it powerful mental and emotional energy, a person attracts exactly what is not wanted. By focusing on gratitude instead, at the same moment that the problem is being confronted, a person connects to omnipresent, all-powerful, and all-knowing divine mind and feeling, and to the heavenly hosts. Anonymous. I haven't gotten anywhere, Maura moaned to me the other day about getting upset at work when she had vowed to keep her cool around her co-worker. But when I pressed her for the facts, it turned out that she had stayed calm for most of the 3 weeks, getting upset only once in 15 days. And rather than exploding at a prickly person, she'd walked away and fumed alone. That's a success rate of 93% as measured by getting upset, or 100% as measured by not blowing up at him. Yet she was acting as if she had pulled out a revolver and shot the guy because one day she felt annoyed at his behavior. Like Mara, most of us treat ourselves harshly when we stumble. You blew it again, you jerk. Can't you ever get it right? So the very least we can do is recognize and value when we do it correctly. Hey, you managed to keep your cool for the whole week, as you vowed to. Congratulations. What's so hard about that? In theory, nothing. But in practice, self-appreciation is quite a challenge. At the end of every thinking partner session, I ask the other person and myself to say one thing we appreciate ourselves for in the time we were together. It's always easy to offer an appreciation to the other person. What's more difficult, I've found, despite having done it thousands of times myself, is to express gratitude for myself, for my behavior, thoughts, and words in the session. The same is true for everyone I work with. It's much easier to give thanks to someone else than it is to shine the flashlight of appreciation on ourselves. And yet it is so important. I've been thinking and reading about gratitude for 10 years now, so that I do know that self-appreciation is powerful stuff. It reinforces the behavior we want to bring into being. It tells the brain, do more of this. So the next time around, you're more likely to make that same good choice. Being grateful for how we've done has other potent effects. It reminds us that we indeed have succeeded at something we set out to do. When we fail to acknowledge our efforts, it's easy for them to become invisible to us. That's what had happened to Mara. Because she had not stopped to appreciate herself the 14 days she did it right, she blew out of proportion the one day she slightly messed up. She didn't have her successes firmly planted in her mind through appreciation, so she lost all perspective. Recognizing and acknowledging our success also gives us the encouragement to try again tomorrow. Because we're aware of what we've done right, we have more confidence that we can do it again. So when we're grateful for the success we have today, it actually makes it easier to succeed the next day, especially when it's something that involves a lot of effort over time. That's when it's important to keep appreciating how far you've come. That will give you the energy to keep on. These emotional effects of gratitude are powerful. For instance, in studies, law students and novice golfers who were asked to pay attention to their positive thoughts, what's right rather than what's wrong, improved their performance and felt much less stressed than those who focused on negative thoughts. I believe there's more to it than that, though, which is why I included the quote at the beginning of this chapter. Every human being has 3 kinds of energy. The first is dynamic, which is the energy of doing. You engage it when you work out, write an action plan, clean your desk. The second is receptive, the energy of not doing. You employ it when you practice patience, listen carefully to someone, relax in a hot tub. The third is magnetic, which is energy that draws toward itself what it wants. You employ it when you set an intention, for instance. When people talk about manifesting something, they're speaking of using magnetic energy. Gratitude is magnetic. The more that you appreciate something, the more it tends to increase in your life. Why or how this is true is beyond my rational comprehension. But the more I observe, the more I have concluded it's true. Focus on problems and they tend to multiply. Focus on what's right and that tends to increase. Notice I say tends to. It's not a direct correlation by any means. We're not totally in charge here. But according to quantum physics, somehow we do increase potentialities with our magnetic thoughts. Even if you think this part is kind of silly, I strongly encourage you to take a moment each day to celebrate the success you're having with your new habit, resolution, or dream. What did you do even a little bit right? The emotional effects of gratitude are well known. And if you increase the possibility of success by drawing toward you more of what you want through the process of gratitude, what's the harm? Either way, by giving thanks today, you'll make your tomorrows more of what you want. Section 3. Keeping going. Dreams come true. Without that possibility, nature would not incite us to have them. John Updike. This is the most crucial part of developing a new habit or making a dream come true, sustaining energy and focus over time. It's easier to get swept away with enthusiasm and vow, for instance, to become fluent this year in Chinese or to never again stress out over the little things. It's another thing altogether to actually live out that promise to yourself. In this section, you'll learn the attitudes and behaviors you can adopt to support yourself over time, over the long haul, as well as strategies for dealing with regret, perfectionism, and folks who want to drag you down. You'll also hear about specific ways to handle slip-ups and a process for getting unstuck if you're not seeing enough forward momentum. Remember, your brain physiology is on your side. The more you practice, the easier it's going to get. How are you going to keep up the momentum? No matter how big or soft or warm your bed is, you still have to get out of it. Grace Slick. I've got this problem, says Dolores. I can set a goal for myself, say losing 10 pounds, and I do it. But then I can't stick with it and the weight comes back on. It's just not interesting to me anymore. Doris's dilemma reminds me of a story. There are 3 types of people climbing a mountain: social types, competitive types, and achievement types. The social folks have a wonderful time interacting with one another and never get to the top of the mountain. The competitive group fight to see who'll get there first, and the winner plants a pole at the top and proclaims, "This is my mountain." Those interested in achievement all get to the top and look around and say, "This mountain wasn't so big. Where's the next bigger one?" What the story points to is that each of us sustain momentum differently. And one of the keys to creating lasting change is to understand what motivates you, what will get you out of bed to do what you promised yourself, and how to keep it alive for as long as you need. My sister is, as my mother used to say, a social butterfly. It's easy for her to exercise when she has someone to do it with because of her desire to connect to others. Dolores is achievement-oriented. These people need very challenging goals that are strictly measured and constantly revised upward as each goal is met. If she's trying to exercise regularly, she needs to somehow keep upping the ante herself to stay motivated, like doing a 5K, then a 10K, then a triathlon. Anna, my daughter, is motivated by the desire to win. You can get her to learn or do anything by making it a contest in which she can beat someone else. But these aren't the only momentum creators on the planet. My friend Drew went from a 95-pound weakling type to a buffed-out stud because he wanted to prove to himself and others that he could. Robin keeps to her diet and exercise plan by remembering how good eating right and working out makes me feel. As for me, I keep myself going through my desire for personal integrity. I've developed positive attitudes as well as the habit of exercise because I promised myself I would, and I don't want to break my word. I also don't want to be a hypocrite. For folks like me, making vows or commitments can be highly effective. Do you know what works for you to keep your momentum? Setting strict goals and upping the ante? Keeping your word to yourself? Beating someone else? Knowing what's true for you is crucial. Otherwise, you may end up following someone else's idea of what should work and not finding much success. Here's an example. One of the standard suggestions for keeping momentum is to reward yourself along the way. I personally am not motivated by rewards at all, nor would pasting pictures of skinny models in bikinis on the refrigerator do anything for me except make me depressed. For those who are overeaters or compulsive shoppers, the reward yourself idea can even be a dangerous one. That's often the kind of thinking that got them into the predicament in the first place. As Victoria Moran says in Fit From Within, when you lose 5 pounds, your reward is that you've lost 5 pounds. That being said, I once had a client who made a resolution to lose 25 pounds and exercise every day for a year. If he kept his promise to himself, he would buy himself a sailboat at the end of the year. You can find him sailing now in the Chesapeake Bay, fit and thin. My husband has been keeping his commitment to work out by, quote, bribing himself, as he put it. He's been yearning for a new computer. Recently, he bought himself one. If he doesn't stick to his plan, he'll have to sell it, or at least that's what he says. There are no one-size-fit-all solutions. If you're not sure what yours is, experiment. Try one suggested here. If that holds no interest, try another. Ask a friend what works for her. But remember, just because it works for her doesn't mean it'll work for you. Your job is to discover your most effective momentum creator. What's standing in your way? Your compulsive, obsessive, and addictive behaviors each show you frightened parts of your personality. They are your avenues to growth. Gary Zukav. Ted is a busy executive who decided he wanted to spend more time with his family. He prepared by thinking about why this mattered to him and set a SMART goal and a tracking system, a piece of paper where he marked down when he was there as promised. He's 3 months into it, and he notices that he hasn't even come close to keeping his word to himself. Some work emergency keeps cropping up that forces him to stay late at the office and log weekend hours. He's frustrated with himself. His wife says he needs to be more committed to the family. I tell him I know he's committed, and I believe that something else may be going on, something that he needs to get to the bottom of, or it will prevent him from succeeding no matter how hard he tries. Have you found yourself in a similar dilemma, not being able to bring what you want into being in any consistent way? Perhaps what's going on is this. While you're truly committed to changing, you're more committed to something else that you're not consciously aware of that prevents you from creating forward momentum. That's the insight from Robert Keegan and Lisa Laskow-Lahey of Harvard University Graduate School of Education. Quote, in the end, the reason New Year's resolutions have so little power, they write in their book, How the Way We Talk Can Change the Way We Work, is that, quote, we are ultimately being disrespectful of our own complexity. We're ignoring the powerful source of contradictory behaviors that will never change without somehow addressing their source, end quote. For instance, imagine that you say you want to find a long-term relationship and have had no success. It's not that you're not committed to finding a relationship. It's that you're more committed to something else, something that contradicts your stated desire, but that you believe protects you in some way. For instance, you may be more committed to not getting hurt by anyone ever again than to having a relationship. And under that commitment is a core assumption, a belief you formed very early in life that is driving your behavior without your knowledge. For instance, if I'm alone, I'm safe. If I'm with someone, I'll get hurt. You fail to get what you think you want because you haven't gotten to the bottom of it all yet. So how do we make visible to ourselves what has been invisible up till now? In a few minutes, you'll hear a process, adapted from Keegan and Lahey's book. I use Ted's work-life balance situation as an example. I suggest you do the process in writing or with a partner you feel safe with. You'll know when you've gotten to your core assumption in 3 ways. First, it's always dire, that no one will love you, you'll be abandoned, you'll kill someone, everyone will shun you, something terrible. Second, in your logical mind, you know that this thing isn't true. No, you're not going to die if you work out for 30 minutes, but you believe it anyway. You may even feel tears arise. Third, it may have a familiar ring to it. You may think, I've dealt with this in therapy and here it is again, or I've been to this place before. Getting to your core assumption. First, state your commitment. I'm committed to spending more time with my family. Second, what are you doing or not doing that's keeping you from realizing your commitment? Saying yes to any and all work requests, so I'm rarely home. Third, what are you afraid would happen if you change this behavior? I'm afraid that if I don't work 80 hours a week, I'll lose my job. 4. Therefore, what do you want more than being with your family? This is always self-protective. You're protecting yourself from something by your actions or inactions in number 3. I'd rather have job security than spend time with my family. State number 4 as a counter-commitment. I am more committed to job security than to spending time with my family. Under the counter-commitment is a core assumption that you've believed your whole life. To get at it, ask yourself, what would be so bad if you gave up your counter-commitment and met your commitment? If I don't spend 80 hours at work, I will end up destitute. As my example showed, Ted realized when he did this process that as much as he wanted to be with his family, he was more committed to work because his core belief was that if he ever stopped working, he'd end up destitute. He had come from an economically challenged childhood and feared more than anything being poor again. As Ted discovered, core assumptions are beliefs we create in childhood to protect us. They represent a child's notion of what we need to do to be safe. They are one of our basic frames. We see the whole world through their lens. We can't just wish or will these away. To break free, we need to, in the words of Keegan and Leahy, look at rather than through them. To begin, they suggest that you observe for a week how that assumption shows up in your life. How does it work for you? How does it work against you? For instance, Ted might notice, here I am saying yes to extra work because I'm scared I'll lose my job if I say no. I'm racing as fast as I can all the time to avoid getting fired. Next, again without trying to change anything, begin to look for evidence that your assumption is not always true. Because we filter out data that doesn't match our mindset, we've been ignoring evidence to the contrary for decades. Begin to bring a little factual information into the picture. Ted might think, Fred went home early and he still has a job. Next, explore the history of your assumption. When did you first think this? What purpose did it serve? You might discover that what protected you when you were young and vulnerable is standing in your way as an adult. When I was young, Ted might think, I had no choice but to say yes to any work I could get to help the family. This awareness hopefully allows us to create compassion for ourselves, to touch the vulnerable part of ourselves with tenderness, rather than judgment or rejection. Whatever our core assumption is, it was our best strategy at the time to deal with our circumstances. We didn't know any other way then. Now with our adult resources and abilities, we can choose differently. But it's not just a matter of saying to yourself, okay, make a different choice. You've got to create small tests for yourself to challenge your assumption in a very low-risk way to prove to that younger self that it's okay to let go of the belief. That way you can move from an easy test to a slightly harder one again and again until you've created more and more space for yourself to live beyond your core assumption. For instance, I had Ted go home at 5 o'clock one day and see that he's still alive. Then he took off one weekend. Then he didn't raise his hand to take on more work. By creating experiments and noticing he still had a job, his core assumption relaxed its grip. For a client trying to let go of perfectionism, whose core assumption was that if she made a mistake she would die, I suggest she made a mistake on purpose. Just thinking of doing that was all she could manage for the first week. Then she picked something incredibly small, leaving one thing out of place when her best friend came over to the house. Then wearing a shirt with a stain in front of her family. She kept upping the ante until she truly believed she could make a mistake and survive. I knew she'd gotten over the hump when she accidentally forgot a dental appointment and didn't go into a panic. This is challenging work which calls on us to grow beyond our previous limitations and bring into the light of our consciousness that which has been driving us our whole lives. Do you see now why I say that changing a habit or keeping a resolution is no small endeavor? But the emotional and spiritual payoffs for your inner mining are enormous. Not only will you be more likely to create this particular result, you'll have broken free from invisible constraints that have been coloring your view of the entire world. Remember what will truly make you happy. Habits. The only reason they persist is that they are offering some satisfaction. You allow them to persist by not seeking any other, better form of satisfying the same needs. Every habit, good or bad, is acquired and learned the same way, by finding that it is a means of satisfaction. Julianne Burke. I tuned into The Biggest Loser TV show the other day. The show included the initial weigh-in of an obese mother and her 16-year-old daughter who is showing signs of adult-onset diabetes, and later revealed that she was constantly taunted at school because of her size. The mother weighed in first at something like 220. As the scales revealed that the daughter was a whopping 251 pounds, the mother burst into tears. "It's all my fault," she sobbed. "I just wanted to do what would make her happy." My heart went out to this mother. Of course she had been trying to make her daughter, and herself, happy. That's what all of us are doing all the time. As motivational speaker Sidney Medwood said, the motivation for all personal behavior is to produce a sense of feel-good, a sense of inner peace and well-being. This is true whether one signs a $1 million contract, scratches one's nose, rolls over in bed, or just daydreams his life away. People will do things that seem contrary to this concept, but the bottom line is that they perceive some kind of payoff which will make them feel good." End quote. Where this mother went wrong is that she confused momentary pleasure with the happiness that comes from health and fitness. She couldn't teach what she didn't know herself, but stripped down to bra and panties in front of millions of viewers and forced to see the truth about herself and her daughter, she got it. She and her daughter had been pursuing happiness at the end of a fork and had become miserable as a consequence. But this mother's desire to be happy could become the pathway to liberation. Not without effort, of course. A lot of lettuce, leaves, sweat, and time on the treadmill in their case. But what can keep them going through it all is their desire for happiness. The two of them will be happier when they weigh less. Keeping that happiness front and center can help when cravings and the desire to slip back into old habits arise. This can work for you too. Say your goal is to get out of debt, and a stunning pair of pumps is calling to you from a shop window. You really, really want them. Before you pull out that credit card, pause and ask yourself, what will truly bring me happiness? A new pair of shoes or no debt? If you're still tempted, ask yourself, have all the other pairs I've bought brought lasting happiness? What you're doing from a brain perspective is engaging your neocortex, the thinking brain, rather than your emotional brain. The emotional brain says, feel good now by having or doing this thing. The thinking brain is the part of us that can say, whoa, not so fast. There are consequences to this feel good now stuff. Are you going to respect yourself in the morning? We all do what we do to feel good. But when our emotional brains are in charge, we damn the consequences and end up suffering later, whether that's through overweight, a hangover, or regret at how we've treated somebody. Remembering what brings you real happiness is a technique to keep the thinking brain in charge. That's where what we truly want beyond the temptation of this moment exists. At the end of this particular Biggest Loser episode, the mother and daughter had lost dozens of pounds. The daughter had no signs of diabetes. Crowed one successful loser, "I feel good for the first time in my life." Now that's happiness worth having. Don't let them bring you down. It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own. Marcus Aurelius. Cynthia decided to become a vegetarian, which was considered extremely odd by her boyfriend Scott's mother. Every time we got together, she told me, she would try to make me eat meat. I tried to tell her to back off, which she took offense at. She made scenes at restaurants and told everyone at parties I wouldn't eat what was available, even though I brought my own food and never asked for special treatment. I began avoiding family gatherings, which caused fights between Scott and me. I'm always flabbergasted, or perhaps the better word is shocked, by people who press drinks on sober alcoholics or cookies on those on a diet. Then there are the dream killers who stomp on your great idea for achieving better work-life balance or ridicule you for becoming a vegetarian. What is it with these folks? Why doesn't everyone you know applaud and support the changes you're making? Why should they even care? Is the fact that you're evolving threatening in some way? Are they trying to sabotage you? I don't think it's usually conscious, but we do often threaten those around us when we grow. We could be triggering their insecurity. She won't love me anymore if she's thin. Or envy. He's following his dream and I'm not following mine. Or challenging their internal excuse that change isn't possible. They may take your healthy change as a judgment against their unhealthy choices. Maybe they need to stop drinking or eating so much as well, and they don't want to face that. Perhaps it represents some sacrifice on their part. You've decided to take 30 minutes for yourself every evening, and that means they get less attention. There's a host of reasons why they may try to hold you back. This can be particularly true for those who are nearest and dearest to us. Therapists have known for decades that families are systems, and that when one part of the system changes, it shakes up all the rest. The system then marshals its resources to try to stay the same. None of this is conscious, of course. Almost none of us are aware of the degree to which we take comfort in our fixed ways of being and ideas of ourselves and one another. My mother's the needy one, my brother's the flaky one, I'm the responsible one. She calls me and whines, he always has to be bailed out of trouble.
As a consequence of these kinds of dynamics, those closest to you may not be eager to support your new choices. They may even actively try to undermine you. What to do about these naysayers and saboteurs? First, be aware that, as much as you would like it, you may not have support from family and friends. So be sure to find the kinds of people who will listen to you and not shame or sabotage you. You can ask for family members and friends' blessings, you can invite them to join you, but you cannot make your choices contingent on their behavior. That's a fancy way of saying you mustn't let other people, even those closest to you, determine what you do or how you feel about yourself. You're an adult. This can be quite challenging if you're someone who looks to others for approval. Heed the words of novelist Lawana Blackwell, quote, "Patterning your life around others' opinions is nothing more than slavery." End quote. Take heart. The more you accept responsibility for your choices, the easier it gets. It may even have an overall positive effect on your relationships. When those around you see you unwavering in your commitment, they may grow to respect you. One great strategy is to be lighthearted about your choice. That's what Cynthia did. When it became clear Scott and I were headed towards marriage, she said, I knew I had to deal with this differently or else be tortured by his mother forever. I began to make jokes at my own expense. Here comes the wacky daughter-in-law with the veggie burger to throw on the barbecue. That helped break the tension. Cynthia did something else important. She decided to see Scott's mother's comments as a form of caring, even though it didn't feel that way. I started saying, "Thank you for being so concerned for my health. I appreciate that you care." That's what really did the trick. We got closer, and she began to accept my choices. The proof is that 5 years later, when I had my daughter and declared I was raising her as a vegetarian, my mother-in-law didn't have heart failure. Take a tip from Cynthia. You don't need to explain, defend, or justify. Try, "Thanks for your opinion. I'm going to stick to what I'm doing." And when offered temptations, you only need 2 words. No thanks. If they persist, try, "I'm choosing not to do this. Drink, smoke, eat dessert, whatever. I'd like you to support me by accepting my no as final." The upside of making assertive statements such as these is that they reinforce your intention and make it easier for you to stick to your commitment as well. Prepare now for what you will do in challenging circumstances with others. That way you won't be put on the spot or get swept away from your good intentions in the tension of the moment. The actress Felicia Rashad puts it this way: "There's always something to suggest that you'll never be who you want to be. Your choice is to take it or keep on moving. Keep moving." Use your ABCDEs on those nasty voices in your head. Argue for your limitations, and sure enough, they're yours. Richard Bach. "I've just realized that I've got a gang of nasty girls inside of my head tearing me down," bemoaned Lisa one morning. "They're trying to convince me that I'll never find a man because I'm too old, too fat, and too set in my ways. And the worst thing is I'm starting to believe them." What about you? What are the voices inside your head saying? Every one of us has a self-limiting choir that's great at piping up at just the wrong time. Like when you're about to go out on a limb for your dream of becoming a homeowner, or applying for that job that sounds really great, or just about to do that 5K walk. Who needs real naysayers when we've got our own built-in saboteurs who know exactly what to say to bring us down? Negative self-talk is dangerous to our progress because there's a strong relationship between our thoughts, feelings, and behavior. Negative thinking creates negative feelings, which cause a cascade of stress hormones to be released in our bodies, making it harder for us to produce the positive action we desire. Often these thoughts are not even in our conscious awareness, but are sowing their negative effects regardless. How to discover and deal with these negative self-demons is the subject of countless books. There are hundreds of techniques. Imagining a stream, putting each thought on a leaf and letting it float downstream. Envisioning each thought as a balloon that you let go of into the sky, saying thanks for sharing and moving on, distracting yourself, and so on. One of the most powerful is the ABCDE model of Albert Ellis, who developed rational emotive behavior therapy. It's based on the assumption that once you identify these self-limiting beliefs, you can dispute or change them. Here's how it works. A stands for activating event. What made you feel guilty or self-doubting? For example, I went to the mall yesterday and spent $200 despite promising myself not to buy anything. B stands for beliefs. What thoughts do you have about this event? For example, I have no self-control. I am never going to change. I might as well give up. C is consequences. How do you feel when you have these beliefs? Hopeless, depressed, angry at myself. D, dispute. Now you challenge the negative beliefs you've identified. Ask yourself if they are completely valid, reasonable, or rational. Start with a phrase like, that's not right, and add a positive statement. For example, that's not right. I've been doing it all for 3 weeks. I've been keeping my credit card in my wallet as I promised. I can have control. E stands for affect. How do you feel now that you've challenged your negative thoughts? For instance, I've remembered my successes and so I feel more positive. I think I'll hop into the car and return those things right now. Over 6,000 research studies have looked at the results of disputing negative self-talk statements and replacing them with positive ones, and found it to be highly effective in a wide variety of situations. One of the best things we can do for ourselves overall in our lives is to learn to dispute. It's crucially important that you talk back to those voices in your head to counteract their poison. If you have trouble disputing, you might find the work of Byron Katie useful. She changed from a morbidly obese, agoraphobic in a halfway house to a renowned and beautiful spiritual guru. Her approach is to help people break free of long-held beliefs that are causing suffering with 4 questions. First, is it true? Second, can you absolutely know that it is true? Third, how do you react when you think that thought? And 4, who would you be without that thought? Her website offers worksheets and other resources at www.thework.com. The imperfect is our paradise. Fall 7 times, get up 8. Japanese proverb. I'd been doing so well in communicating better with my mother, wailed Samantha, and then we had a big blow-up. I'm still furious with her, and now on top of it, I feel ashamed that I blew my resolution to stay calm around her. But she calls me up and says such insensitive things. Although I do know people who've made a resolution and never once slid back, particularly alcoholics and drug users who really got it that they can never use again, most folks blow it from time to time. You just inhaled that whole chocolate cake despite your commitment to eating right. You haven't had a date night with your husband in 3 weeks despite vowing to do it weekly. You spiraled down into a pit of anxiety over losing your job after promising yourself to look on the bright side. Many people give up at their first goof up. I can't do it, they think. I'm hopeless. Or, it's not my fault. The situation is hopeless. Either way, they fall into a puddle of despair and progress stops. That's because they expect perfection. This harsh standard is the biggest block to getting what we want in our lives. That's why I so love the line by the poet Wallace Stevens, "The imperfect is our paradise." Because it's the place where our heart's desire becomes reality. For it's in embracing ourselves just where we are, in all our messy humanity, that we open the doorway to the possibility of transformation. People who make their dreams come true, who create the results they want, know down to their bones a simple truth. It takes as long as it takes, and you may never do it perfectly. Here's how master teacher Hal Urban puts it in Choices That Change Lives. Quote, "Failure is a fact of life, part of the process. The difference between people who succeed and those who have difficulty creating success isn't found in the number of times they fail. It's found in the courage they have to take a risk, and it's found in what they do after they fail." End quote. Accepting the paradise of the imperfect doesn't mean you give up or ignore what's just happened. Rather, it allows you to stop being mired in shame and guilt and try again. At AA, if you fall off the wagon, the next day they remind you that today is now day 1 of your sobriety. It's another way of saying, okay, you blew it, now get on with it. Science confirms the power of the imperfect. Studies have shown that dieters who deal constructively with a lapse are more likely to lose weight and keep it off than those who beat themselves up after a mistake. A friend of mine frames these events as practice.
He's practicing to be sober. She's practicing to be kinder. The more we practice, the better we get. Statistics show the average smoker quits 4 to 6 times, for instance, before quitting for good. But practicing only works if we stop shaming and shooting ourselves and start paying attention to what the goof up can teach us about improving our chances for success next time. It clears the mental and emotional haze and allows us to get closer to the mistake, to mine it for its wisdom. I ate the cake because someone brought it for dinner yesterday. I do better when there's no temptation around. From now on, I'm going to ask guests to take the desserts with them when they leave. Or, my regular babysitter has become unavailable. I need to find someone else, and that might take a while. Meanwhile, I'll suggest to my husband that we have a best friend night at home after the kids go to bed on Tuesday. Or, I'm going to make a plan about what else to do if I lose my job, and then I'm going to think about something else. When Samantha embraced the paradise of the imperfect, she realized that she'd forgotten what works for her with her mom, which is to think to herself, she's just saying this because she loves me, and this is the only way she knows, poor woman. She decided to write that sentence by the phone so that she could see it every time her mother called. She's doing much better now. As I write this, the Winter Olympics are ending. The greatest skaters, skiers, and snowboarders in the world have just spent 2 weeks falling down, missing gates, fumbling over themselves and others, then getting up and keeping going. The greatest athletes in the world. My heart leapt at the sight. Not because I'm glad they slipped up, but because I fervently hope that their example of tenacity and excellence would help banish the notion of perfection forever. You're good enough as you are to do what you want as well as you can. Just keep at it. In the process, you'll be growing your soul as well as a new behavior. You'll be learning how to be gentler to yourself and others as you live with the rest of us in the paradise of the imperfect. You can't change what you've done, only what you're going to do. Don't get hung up on the snap in the stream, my dear. Snaps alone are not so dangerous. It's the debris that clings to them that make the trouble. Pull yourself loose and go on. Anne Shannon Monroe. I was going great guns on my exercise routine. Then I got sick and fell behind on my book deadline. As I dragged myself out of bed, I hunkered down in front of the computer. As a result, in the past 30 days, I've kept my resolution of daily exercise 7 times. They say confession is good for the soul, but I feel embarrassed. Who am I to be writing a book about sticking to a resolution? Okay, so I no longer expect perfection from myself. But this is so far off the mark that I'm entertaining serious notions of canceling my gym membership and deleting this piece so you won't even know I failed. I've got to find a way to go on. Flicking through the TV channels, I come across the Susie Orman show and hear her say to someone, "You can't change what you've done, only what you're going to do." Thank you, Susie. It's just the message I need in order to not get hung up in regrets and if-onlys and to decide what I'm going to do now to begin again. But before I jump into action, I've got to do something to renew my trust in myself. Otherwise, my emotional brain is going to continue to sabotage my efforts with feelings of hopelessness. I made a commitment to myself I've not kept. If I did that to anyone else, I would apologize. Why shouldn't I treat myself with equal respect? I was 53 before I learned the steps to a good apology. It's not just a matter of saying I'm sorry. It's a process of learning from your mistake and restoring trust, in this case, in yourself. I encourage you to try this process of apology if you break your commitment. Apologizing to yourself is very powerful. It acknowledges that you take your resolution seriously. It allows you to treat yourself and your goals with the utmost respect. And it allows you to learn from what happened so that you can improve. There are 4 parts to a good apology. First, acknowledge the commitment that wasn't kept. I said I was going to exercise every day, and I've only done it 7 times this month. Next, describe the consequence of breaking your commitment. As a result, I have less faith in myself, and it's harder to believe I can do it. 3, remember your context not as an excuse, but as a way of learning. Well, I was sick for 2 weeks and had 2 other writing projects with pressing deadlines that popped up besides the book. 4, explore what will restore trust. Remembering the context of all that I've been doing helps me see it's not because I'm lazy or untrustworthy that I haven't worked out. In the future, when I get sick, I will make sure to renegotiate my deadlines so that I can give myself some breathing room. You can't change what you've done. For the past 2 weeks, I've chosen to write like a madwoman from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., then talk to clients all day, make dinner, and fall into bed by 9. But I can change what I'm going to do. I will stop as soon as I finish working on this piece and take the dog for a walk before the sun sets. I can't change the past, but apologizing to myself makes it easier for me to change the future. Sift when you want to give up. There are 2 voices in your head. One is always wrong. Karen Casey. I gave up drinking Coke a couple months ago. A can a day was one of my principal vices. Once, on a strict vegetarian retreat, a friend and I escaped into town. She was dying for a glass of red wine. I wanted my Coke fix. As I am otherwise caffeine and sugar-free, I drank it to get me going some early mornings or as a pick-me-up in mid-afternoon when I still had a slew of clients to talk to. It was my treat to look forward to, my reward for working hard. But now that I know how much exercise it takes to burn off those 140 calories every day, I've sworn off. I still have cravings. At random moments every day, a little voice in my head still says, "Wouldn't a cold Coke with ice and fresh lemon be great right now?" Desire rises up strongly. I can't even imagine how much stronger the cravings must be for people who are physically addicted to alcohol and cigarettes or other drugs. What I've learned, however, is that if I don't give in, if I just hang on a bit, the desire passes. Scientists tell us that on average, cravings occur 4 to 7 times a day and last only seconds. So what we really need are strategies for mere seconds. This fleetingness is also a crucially invaluable insight from Buddhism, that thoughts and feelings arise and then they pass away. You don't have to act upon them. You don't have to cling to them. You don't have to push them away. They simply arrive, and at some point they will disappear. The more we pay attention to the process of rising and passing, the less hooked we are by the content of our thoughts and feelings. Addiction experts call this urge surfing. Here's how Susan Nolan Hoxema put it in Eating, Drinking, and Overthinking. Quote, "Urges behave like waves. They start small, build to a crest, then break up and dissolve. When you urge surf, you ride the wave rather than fight it. As a result, you are less likely to be pulled in or wiped out." Want to learn how to urge surf? It's very simple but counterintuitive. Because we've been taught to run from or give in to strong feelings. This requires doing the opposite. As soon as you become aware of a strong sensation, rather than ignoring it or indulging it, you turn and pay more attention to it. What helps is do a process called SIFT. SIFT is a 3-minute process that stands for sensation, image, feeling, and thought. It's useful not only for urges, but for any strong feeling: fear, sadness, anger, inertia, worry, despair. Neuroscientists say that it helps balance us because it uses both sides of our thinking brain and helps reduce amygdala hijacks, those takeovers of our thinking brains by our emotional ones. To sift, you must be able to differentiate between thoughts, images, feelings, and sensations. I want a Coke is a thought. Desperation is a feeling. The picture of you being deprived is an image. What most of us are least aware of is our bodily sensations associated with our thoughts and feelings. Where exactly are the sensations in your body? Where are they located? In your mouth? Your stomach? Your head? When you do this process, describe the sensations as if you were a newspaper reporter and could not use any words except precise descriptions without interpretations. It's a hot, tingly sensation centered in my throat that pulses in and out. Focus your attention on the sensation. Does it move? Vary in intensity? How far inside is it? How far does it spread? Is it anywhere else in your body? Give the sensations the kind of curious attention you would give someone you just met and were intrigued with. The idea is to recognize what you're experiencing without trying to change it. Here's how the process goes. First, begin with, what's the thought? What's the story I'm telling myself? I can't just survive this. This will never end. I want a Coca-Cola. I'll never be able to take this anymore. Next, identify the feeling. What emotion am I experiencing? Fear, sadness, anger, hopelessness? Next, go to the image. What images are coming up? Myself curled in a ball, a blank wall, a plane crashing. What's the picture that your mind is making? And then finally, go to the sensations in your body. What are the sensations in your body? Hot, cold, pressure, tightness, expansion. Where are they located? Remember, just notice. SIFT is an awareness practice that strengthens our witness self, or what Buddhist monk Thich Nhat Hanh calls our blue sky mind. Our thoughts and feelings are like the clouds that race across the sky. Even when it's obscured by clouds, the blue sky is always there. And from the blue sky perspective, all is calm, serene even. I like to think of the blue sky mind as my best or higher self. That's where what I really want resides. I want to make sure that that's the mind that's in the driver's seat, or else I can be blown off course by my habitual mind with its clouds of attachment. I want that now and damn the consequences. Or aversion, I can't stand this for one more second. That's why I love the opening quote from recovery expert and former alcoholic Karen Casey. She reminds us that we can't trust the mind that leads us into temptation or negative habits. What we can trust is that our feelings and thoughts will change and that we don't have to act on them or not act because of them. I've done the SIFT process with hundreds of folks in all kinds of feeling states, and usually, after a few minutes of paying attention, the sensation ebbs. Sometimes it gets stronger first, but eventually it diminishes, usually within a minute, in fact. It's as if all of the feelings and thoughts that we've ever been afraid of or run from or given into are nothing but tantruming 2-year-olds desperate for attention. If we simply sit down and really pay attention for a few minutes, they quiet down. This process works, but it's not a done that now what thing. Depending on what you're changing, how much fear you must walk through, or how often cravings arise, you may need to SIFT several times a day. There have been brief times in my life when I've used it hourly. It takes a bit of bravery to turn toward rather than away from that which is appearing to torment you. Hopefully, the relief you experience once you try it will make it easier the next time you need it. Have a little fun with it, will you? Humor is by far the most significant activity of the human brain. Edward de Bono. Patrick began to learn about nutrition when one of his sons was diagnosed with food allergies. He was the typical Midwestern McDonald's hamburgers and french fries guy. Now, he says, I spend so much money at Whole Foods, the corporate office knows me by my first name. But he's not a fanatic. I could only learn to eat healthy, he said, because I found ways to make it fun and interesting. I love cooking and eating all this new stuff, but if I took it too seriously, I'd get bored and feel deprived. I still have my little indulgences, like non-fat soy milk lattes at Starbucks. And I poke fun at myself at work for eating weird things. But coworkers see what I look like and come up privately to ask me about things like tofu and quinoa. Lynn is an assistant professor of archaeology. She has a full-time teaching load, is knee-deep in her own research, has a set of graduate students she's advising, and is trying to get enough publications to assure her tenure. Despite that workload, she manages to exercise every single day. Quote, I couldn't do it until I found activities I love to do, swim and play squash. I enjoy both so much that they're like taking little islands of enjoyment in the middle of my day. Making it fun has been my secret to success. Are you having fun yet? I think of fun in two ways. First is the possibility of actually enjoying the new habit itself. That's especially easy when we've chosen something potentially fulfilling. Learning the two-step, getting to know your neighborhood, getting the pile of papers off your desk, following your dream of getting a pilot's license. The more you can find ways to make your new habit fun, the more likely you'll stick to it. Do it with friends, create a contest with your kids to see who's better, make it into a silly game. But there's another kind of fun you can have no matter what you've chosen to do, and that's lightening up around the goal itself. Stop taking yourself so seriously. Intention and determination are wonderful, but they work better when mixed with a dash of self-deprecating humor. When I'm about to lose my cool, for instance, I like to tease myself into better behavior by imagining the headline in the National Enquirer. Author of book on patience blows out husband's brains for failing to remember what she said 30 minutes ago. That puts me back on track in a lighthearted way. Remember, our emotional brains want fun. I was reminded of this recently when my bride-to-be client was complaining to me about how hard it was to keep from bickering with relatives over the wedding plans. Have a little fun with it, I recommended. Enlist your fiancé to help relieve the pressure. Turn it into a reality show, Wedding Survivor. Or play Guess Who'll Pitch a Fit next over not being allowed to invite Cousin Louie. Laughing about it will allow you to more easily keep your intention to stay calm. We take ourselves and our problems so very seriously. We use our willpower and our won't power. Don't forget to use a little wit power as well. Ask for help from invisible hands. Think of yourself as an incandescent power, illuminated and perhaps forever talked to by God and His messengers. Brenda Euland. I would characterize my friend Rick as a devout atheist. So it was with astonishment that I listened to him tell me about an experience he once had. Quote, I was sitting in a meditation retreat and in a lot of physical pain. I wasn't sure I could sit any longer. Then I remembered something my teacher, Joseph Goldstein, had said, that there are all kinds of Buddhas and Devas in other realms who will help us if we call on them. So I did it, and the pain instantly went away. End quote. I remember Rick's words years later when I was working with some Bofu Some of the Dagara tribe in West Africa who told me, the ancestors are there, always ready to help us if we ask. Both of these incidents came back to me recently as I was interviewing Gina, an alcoholic who had been sober for 20 years. I had tried many times before to stop, but always the cravings got the best of me, she explained. Then my doctor told me my liver was showing damage, and I tried again. When I went to AA, I told my sponsor how afraid I was of the cravings. Get down on your knees and pray to God to take the cravings away, she advised. I did, and I never had even one. God, ancestors, Buddhas, Devas, every culture has a belief in some sort of higher power, or invisible hands as Joseph Campbell names it, a spiritual force that wants the best for us and will come to help if we ask for it. I'm not sure where I stand, but I do honor that multitudes of human beings have received great aid and comfort from a spiritual source. And I do know that sometimes when the going gets tough, all that any of us can do is throw up our hands and cry, this is beyond me. It's the first step in all of the 12-step programs that have helped so many millions of people change for the better. That should be a clue that it might be useful in whatever you're working on too. I remember seeing a therapist once who advised me to pray for help in finding a love relationship that would last. How do I go about praying, I asked. Open your mouth and yell, help, he responded. That's really all we have to do. Ask for help. Help me keep my temper with my son. Help me find the good in today. Help me choose the right business partner. Help me eat healthfully. Help me learn to include myself in my caring. Whatever it is you're working on, ask for help from invisible hands. You don't have to understand or believe. How or why it works, like everything in the spiritual realm, is a mystery to us on the human plane. Oh yeah, one more thing. Don't forget to accept the help that may turn up. Don't be like the guy in the old joke who's sitting on top of his house in a flood, asking God to save him. Along comes a robot with two men who offer to take him. Nope, he replies, I'm waiting for God to save me. The water gets higher. Soon a helicopter comes by. I'm waiting for God, the man says. Eventually the floodwaters overtake the house and the man drowns. He finds himself in front of God. I prayed to you. Why didn't you save me, he demands. I sent you a boat and then a helicopter, said God. What more did you want? You don't have to scarf down the whole box just because you ate one cookie. The most difficult matter is not so much to change the world as yourself. Nelson Mandela. It's week 12 of my no Coca-Cola resolution. You know how it goes. I've been doing pretty well, but then hit a few bumps. I was traveling for 2 weeks, which required waking up in different time zones and having to be on early each day. I needed a caffeine boost to get going and relied on a Coke to do it. Have you ever succumbed to the I just ate one cookie so I might as well eat the whole box syndrome? It doesn't have to be about food. It could be one cigarette, one moment of explosive rage, one attack of fear of taking that business risk, one day of missing the gym. Anything that causes us to do what we've sworn we won't or not do what we've promised we will. We're so mad at ourselves for violating the rule that we punish ourselves by abandoning all control. We indulge even more in the forbidden substance or rage even louder at our spouse, or get even more paralyzed by fear, or decide we might as well give up because we've missed one day. Psychologists call this the abstinence violation effect. It's a result, they say, of a harsh all-or-nothing attitude toward our behavior. It's paradoxical. The more we hold ourselves to a rigid standard, the more we then abuse ourselves with the very thing we've outlawed when we blow it. Here's how Susan Nolan Hoxema explains it in Eating, Drinking, Overthinking. When you set absolute rules for yourself that are highly likely to be violated, and then you do violate them, you feel bad about yourself and sink into depression. Then you may eat or drink or give in to some other negative behaviors to escape from that feeling. Sound familiar? It doesn't have to be this way. One way around the abstinence violation effect is to know in advance that there will be times that you'll blow it. You won't stick to your organizational routine. You won't take a chance to speak to the cute guy at the coffee shop. You'll blow off practicing your language tapes. You'll get caught up in perfectionism again. Whatever it is that you're learning, somewhere along the way, you're going to blow it. Guaranteed. You know why? It's not because you're weak or stupid. Psychologists James Prochaska, John Norcross, and Carlo Di Clementi, who've been studying change for over 20 years, say it's because what they call relapse, a temporary fall back into old ways, is an inevitable part of the change process. It simply goes with the territory. The more you understand and embrace the truth of that, the fewer negative consequences there'll be when you blow it. Blowing it doesn't mean you have to punish yourself in overindulgence. It just means that today you've relapsed. Tomorrow you can make another choice. That's what I did about my Coke problem. In the past, I would have said after the first one, well, I've blown it now, so I might as well have 3, or go back to having one every single day. But this time, I allowed myself the 1 Coke, and then the next day went back to my resolution. As a result, out of 66 days, I've had 6 Cokes. Not bad, really. Certainly better than the 66 I would have had by now if I had given in to the abstinence violation effect. Those who study this phenomena say the best thing to do is to prepare for lapses. Recognize now that you'll have slip-ups and commit to not giving up. What is it that you want to remember when you do blow it? Write that down and pull it out when you need it. Here's mine. I commit to not drinking Coke. But if I goof up and do, it's not the end of the world. I can make a better choice tomorrow. At the deepest level, avoiding the abstinence effect requires that you grow your capacity for self-forgiveness, the ability to compassionately let yourself off the hook of condemnation and self-hatred when you make a mistake. Many of us think that forgiveness is just a way of letting ourselves fail without consequences, but it's actually the opposite. Forgiving ourselves for relapses keeps us from self-punishment that actually causes us to compound the error, eating the whole loaf because you had 1 bite. Self-forgiveness will keep you from hurting yourself more by bathing you in the balm of loving kindness, but it will also increase your compassion for others. It's been my experience with clients that those who are the harshest with themselves also hold others to impossible standards. The ropes of judgment that imprison us with unrealistic expectations also keep us from embracing other human beings. When we practice forgiveness of our own foibles and failings, we cultivate the capacity to do the same for those around us who need our loving care. We expand the capacity of our hearts. So when you blow it, as you most likely will, please forgive yourself and move on. As William Durant counsels, forget past mistakes, forget failures, forget everything except what you're going to do now and do it. You'll be growing your soul as well as your capacity to change this particular way of being. Look at the character strengths you're cultivating. Your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values Your values become your destiny. Mahatma Gandhi. My daughter Anna's favorite subjects, she tells me, are lunch and recess. She tends to rush through her schoolwork to get it done as quickly as possible. The upside, as the teacher pointed out, is that she's not afraid to make a mistake. The downside is that she makes careless errors. So the new habits she's been working on this year are checking her answers and being more thorough. In helping her, I've realized that, as with all of us, this is about something more than getting the answers right on the third grade science test. It's about developing character strengths that she can use throughout her life, persistence and thoroughness and striving for personal excellence. And when I work with her on being more thorough, it helps her to see it in the larger context. Because frankly, both she and I know that whether she checks Tuesday's math problems doesn't matter in the big scheme of things. It's the cultivation of the character strengths the checking represents that matter. When I help her focus on that, the redoing of her math, the expanding of her persuasive paragraph is easier. The same may be true for you. Of course you want to lose those 40 pounds, quit your job, get out of debt, or whatever your new habit is. These are worthy goals that will reap specific rewards: greater health, more meaningful work, less financial stress. But as you know, the work of actually reaching them can be tedious, boring, fear-creating, challenging, or any number of other unpleasant adjectives. By paying attention to the positive qualities of heart and mind that you're developing as a result of sticking to your goal, you give yourself greater incentive to hang in there. What are the character strengths you've been cultivating as you work on this change? The capacity to say no to harmful impulses? That's self-regulation. The awareness that you can rely on your word? That's self-trust. The ability to pick yourself up and begin again, no matter how many times? That's resilience. The determination to succeed? Humor, compassion, humility, patience, forgiveness, courage? Perhaps all of the above. In many ways, developing these qualities is the real reward of change. To my mind, they're more important than your resolution itself because they're transferable. These attributes are the ones we need in order to create meaningful and satisfying lives, the two building blocks of happiness. That's why I say changing anything in ourselves, no matter how small, is a powerful act. Through it, we grow aspects of ourselves we would not otherwise develop. That's because character strengths are formed only through some kind of challenge, a rising above our previous limitations. Here's what Brenda Edson, who lost 42 pounds and has kept it off through exercise and eating right, has to say about the qualities she's cultivated. Quote, "What I developed was drive, an inner determination to make it work. Failure was not an option for me. Persistence, too. I had to develop that. There are times when I have setbacks. The difference is that I now look at it in the long term. If I make a mistake, I forget about it and I move forward. I gained courage as well. Courage to look at myself honestly and objectively. Courage to make those drastic changes in my life. Courage to ignore all of those well-meaning people who said, 'Oh, one bite of cake won't hurt. You look fine.' I can't think of another word that describes it better. I had to find the fight and fire in myself to get on that treadmill and to make my body sweat, to make my muscles burn. Another quality was strength. I would have never described myself as strong before I made these changes in my life. But now I know that I have an inner strength that will keep me going, even when it's not easy. The end result is that I found something deep down within me that I never knew existed. I found that fire and that determination that has helped me through times of stress and crisis. I found that drive that keeps me going and makes me believe I can be a better person every single day." End quote. Take a few moments now to write down the qualities that you've developed within yourself with this change. It's a way of acknowledging your efforts and inspiring you to keep on going. Now, how are you going to celebrate your newfound qualities? These are your true treasures and can never be taken away. Once you create this new habit, it's yours for life. We are the choices we make. Meryl Streep. Matthew is a high-performing executive who came to work with me to get better at relationship building. His habit was to get into the office, shut his door, put down his head, and plow through what he considered his real work. But then he recognized that to be truly excellent, he needed to get out from behind his desk and interact more with employees, bosses, vendors, and business partners. He had recognized the importance of such fluffing and tending, as I called it, and he had been working on it for 6 months. I may never like it, he admitted, but I must say it's definitely paid off. The contract negotiation went smoothly because I spoke to both sides unofficially in advance. And it's getting easier. Each Friday afternoon when I look at what I've done, I notice that I've actually spoken to all the people on my list more often than not. I don't have to force myself so hard anymore, and I don't forget so often. Congratulations, I replied. You've created a new habit. And here's the really good news. Once you've done something enough times to make a new pathway, it's there for life. What this means is that you've gone from having to make a conscious effort to it being fairly automatic. You don't have to work so hard anymore to get the results you want. In the change process, you're now officially in the maintenance stage. If you follow the suggestions in this audio, at some point you'll be in this point too. Exactly when depends on the complexity of what you set out to do, how deeply entrenched the old habit is, and how often you've practiced the new. As Gary Zukav says in The Mind of the Soul, choice equals creation. You are the artist, and you are also the art being created. So how do you know when you've gotten there? It's an important question. Remember, it doesn't necessarily mean you do it perfectly every time. Rather, like Matthew, you succeed more often than not, and you don't have to work so hard to remember. When you get off track, it's easier to get back on. That means you've created the groove in your brain that you've been working toward. It's important to recognize when you've gotten to this point so you can stop and appreciate yourself. It's easy to focus on when you haven't done it right or where you want to go next. We're all experts in keeping ourselves in a perpetual state of dissatisfaction. But it's crucially important that you stop, acknowledge your progress, and celebrate your success. You've done it. You set out to lose weight or become less stressed or create better friendships or get your financial house in order, whatever it is that you wanted. And through the positive choices you made and all the work you did, you've created a healthy new habit that can be yours for life. This is no small thing. Remember, most people who make resolutions fail. If you don't take time to celebrate your success, your brain won't register that you've done it. And you won't be able to reap all the rewards of learning. For you haven't just learned to do this particular thing. By stopping and asking yourself questions such as, how did I do it? What helped the most? What didn't work? What did I do to get back on track when I got discouraged or blew it? You stockpiled valuable information about how to do anything else you might want. This has been a journey not only of weight loss or becoming happier or more organized. It has been nothing less than an exploration of your heart and soul. You've had to find something positive to go toward that you really want. You've learned to relate to the scared part of yourself in a different way. You've developed qualities such as persistence and willpower. You've learned how not to give in to the impulses of the behaviors you no longer want. You've developed compassion and the ability to forgive yourself. These are precious resources. So please take a moment now to appreciate yourself, to recognize how far you've come and what you've learned along the way. If you were complimenting a friend, what would you say? Would you be willing to write yourself a congratulations note and read it out loud? I will if you will. Behavior we celebrate grows ever stronger. The old pathway is still there too. Beware of stressors. Every habit he's ever had is still there in his body, lying dormant like flowers in the desert. Given the right conditions, all his old addictions would burst forth into full and luxuriant bloom. Margaret Atwood. Everyone knows the story of Peter Jennings, who stopped smoking for many years and then began again in the stress of 9/11. His is a sadly cautionary tale that has everything to do with how our brains are structured. Like Peter when he was not smoking, by now you've practiced your new habit. Eating right, better decision-making, risk-taking in relationships, less clutter, enough that you created a new pathway in your brain. That means it's easier for you to do it. It doesn't take as much effort or as many reminders. Cravings have subsided. It might even be automatic, meaning you don't even have to think about it. You just go to the gym after work, or calm around the in-laws who used to drive you insane, are well launched into your new relationship. Leave the office by 6:30 most evenings. Don't have to think every minute about not pulling out the credit card. Life is good. Then something happens. You switch jobs and your routine changes dramatically. Suddenly you're back to eating ho-hos and vegging out on the couch. An office crisis arises and all the hard-won balance you've achieved gets blown as you work 18-hour days. Fred forgets to call to say he's going to be late, and you respond by calling off the wedding and moving out. Your mother dies and you go into a spending spree. What's happened? Psychologists call this instinctual drift, the tendency to go back to the old habit. But why? Because the pathway to your old behavior is still there in your brain. Scientists tell us that the neurons that fire together wire together, meaning that they're likely to fire that way the next time. And you've fired that particular sequence so many times that it ain't going away. But don't lose heart. Remember that you've created a new pathway through your hard work, and that's there too. Think of the two options as parallel roads. As long as you go down the new road, you'll get the results you want. But stress can cause your car to jump the tracks and travel down the old road in the blink of an eye. Psychologists call the ability to live up to our intentions the capacity for self-regulation, also known as good old-fashioned self-control. They've studied it extensively, and what they've learned can really help us stay away from the old road. First, they compare self-regulation to a muscle that gets depleted after use. That's because studies have shown that it's much harder to stick to your intention when you've just had to use self-control in some other area. It's also easier in the morning, they've discovered, when you're fresh, than in the evening when your capacity has been depleted. That's why AA, Weight Watchers, and other support groups teach members to halt. That is, to be particularly careful when hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. Okay, so we're supposed to get lots of rest and avoid stress to husband our capacity for self-control. But not many of us get to completely control the stress level in our lives. We can try to manage and minimize it, but sometimes life just throws us a big old curve. This is a situation where information is power. By identifying what causes you stress, you can come up with alternatives before you go off the rails. For instance, I know that under deadline pressure, I sacrifice my exercise routine. Fearful of not finishing on time, I want to use every minute for writing. Once I'm aware of this pattern, I can make compromises with myself at the beginning of the day. You can skip the gym, which takes the better part of an hour, if this evening, after you're too tired to work, you dance with Dawn and Anna for 20 minutes. What can you plan in advance to deal with the stress that you're most likely to encounter? Of course, we can't plan for every eventuality, but by understanding why we blow it under stress, we can treat ourselves kindly and not make matters worse. It's not because you're weak. It's a function of brain physiology. Cut yourself some slack, then listen to the next chapter. You'll get some other practical tips for getting back on track. When blown off course, apply the 4 A's. It's never too late, in fiction or in life, to revise. Nancy Thayer. You've been doing so well, and then something threw a monkey wrench into your formula for success. For Oprah, her latest weight gain was caused, if I remember correctly, by her sudden inability to run due to knee problems. For Tracy, a client, it was her company's budget crisis. She suddenly had to put in many long evenings and weekends finding ways to cut expenses, which interfered with her intention to achieve better work-life balance. For me, it was my gym going out of business 3 weeks before Christmas. Between the busyness of the holidays, I didn't have time to look for someplace new, and holiday parties, I woke up on January 2nd carrying a significant amount of extra weight. Make no mistake, setbacks suck. You're right back where you started. Actually, it's worse, because you've set off that part of your mind that whispers, "See, you can't do this, just give up, give in, it's not even worth trying." This is a truly dangerous moment, because if we listen to this voice, not only do we not change this time, but we decrease the possibility of ever changing because we lose a little bit of faith in ourselves. That's why when circumstances throw us off course, as they inevitably will, it's time for the 4 A's. 1. Assess the current situation. 2. Adjust what needs to be done. 3. Admire yourself for having the strength to start again. a strategy of fitness guru Bob Greene. And 4, act quickly to implement your new course of action. For instance, Oprah assessed her knee problems, found a new exercise routine, was able to admire herself for her ability to start over. Since Greene had been her trainer, presumably he taught her how to do this, and put her revised plan into action. When I write this, she's once again in great shape and back to a healthy weight. Tracy saw that her work crisis would be over in 1 month. She adjusted her expectation that she would have time for her family in those 4 weeks, admired herself for being willing to try again, and decided that at the end of the 4 weeks, she'd take Friday afternoons off again. I found a new gym and devised a plan of more vigorous exercise and a better eating plan. To my mind, the most important A's are the last 2. Admiring ourselves helps us stay positive and avoid a spiral into negative self-esteem. Oh, see, I'm not capable of doing this right. This slip-up proves it. It turns a mishap into an esteem boost when we remind ourselves that it takes great courage and persistence to not give up. Acting quickly is also crucial. Otherwise, we'll lose the energy of our commitment and slide back into our bad old behaviors. Hopefully you've created contingency plans, as I suggested earlier in part 2. Perhaps you can get one of those going now. I'd known my dream was closing, but had done nothing to search for a new one. It never occurred to me that it would take time to find the right one, or that it would close over the holidays when I had little time for the search. Perhaps this setback is something that never occurred to you. Your mother's moving in with you, or your husband lost his job, so you have no plan B. That's where assessment and adjustment come in. What's non-negotiable is that you're going to do your thing. How and when you're going to do it, that's open to all kinds of arrangements. Keeping this awareness in the face of setbacks is key. I remember a friend coming to visit for a few days and asking me where the closest gym was. While the rest of us sat around in the mornings talking, she would take off for an hour. At the time, I thought she was a bit of a fanatic. Now I honor her ability not to let travel set her back. And you should see how fabulous she looks at 50. Remember, even Oprah has had to pick herself up and start over again many times, in front of millions of people no less. So when blown off course, get the 4 A's in gear. It doesn't matter how many times you begin again. It only matters that you begin again. Become an expert at starting over. You'll not only make your dream come true, but increase your self-esteem, self-respect, and self-confidence. 12 tips for keeping your promise to yourself. 1. Make it non-negotiable. Promise yourself that you're absolutely going to do it. When you do it, where you do it, how you do it, can and most likely will change according to circumstances. But that you will do it is not open for consideration. Call it a vow, a promise, a pledge, a commitment. Whatever you name it, making it choiceless is a tool for overcoming backsliding after your initial enthusiasm fades. You don't negotiate with yourself about brushing your teeth, you just do it. I bet you usually honor your commitments to other people, too. Treat yourself equally well. Make your resolution a non-negotiable commitment in your life. 2. Make it actionable. Is your goal concrete enough? Many of us fail because we haven't turned it into something to actually do. Yesterday, a client said he was going to focus more on himself and his family and less on his job. How are you going to put that into action, I asked. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Here are some resolutions I heard recently. To have more energy, to learn to relax, to learn to make decisions. There's nothing wrong with these desires, but they must be translated into action. Action tells you how you're going to do something. I'm going to go to bed earlier and exercise 30 minutes daily to have more energy. I'm going to spend a half an hour a day relaxing with my feet up on the couch. I'm going to make a decision about the vacation by Friday. To succeed, you must know what action you're going to take. 3. Come up with solutions for your usual excuses. What is your usual litany of excuses and rationalizations? One way to think about this is to ask yourself what's gotten in your way in the past when you've tried to keep this resolution or any other. Forgetting? No time? Losing interest? Not knowing how to begin? And what are the rationalizations you give yourself when you gave up in the past? It doesn't matter. It's not that bad. It's too hard. Instead of just hoping it'll be different this time, Write down your typical excuses and rationalizations, and then create strategies for dealing with them. That way you won't get stopped in your tracks and lose forward momentum when they arise. And yes, they will. Because of the way our brains are wired, we have a strong tendency to repeat behavior over and over. 4. Use procrastination to your advantage. Business coach Mike R.J. claims that 60% of the population is, quote, pressure prompted, as it's called on the Myers-Briggs type indicator. It's a preference, usually labeled as procrastination, for taking in information for as long as possible before being forced into action by some external deadline. The other 40% of us are early starters who prefer to get the ball rolling and avoid pressure. If you fall into the pressure-prompted majority, find a deadline that will help you get into motion. A reunion, a vacation, a wedding, a performance. One would-be exerciser and dieter finally got off the starting line when he got the lead in a local production of The Full Monty, which required him to parade around in a G-string in 3 months' time. You can bet he got into shape. A woman finished her PhD thesis, which had been languishing for years, when she got a job that required its completion. To work most effectively, the deadline must be real and come from the outside. Pressure prompters tend to blow off self-created ones. 5. Schedule it in. Before January 2004, I never exercised a day in my life. Over the past 2.5 years, I've kept my resolution to exercise 30 minutes a day about 80% of the time. How did I do it? Put it into my day planner and treat it like an appointment with anybody else. Otherwise, it was too easy for me to schedule all my time away with things I enjoy more, which is everything. Want to write every day? Block it out on your calendar. Want to start looking for a date on Match.com? Schedule it. Make a specific time-bound appointment with yourself, and you'll be much more likely to follow through. 6. Do it daily. Someone asked the Dalai Lama to describe in one word the secret to living a healthy life. His answer? Routines. Bad habits imprison us. Good ones bring us closer to our heart's desire. The more you make what you want part of your everyday life, the more that it will become so routine that soon you won't even have to think about it. If you want to have more work-life balance, for instance, find a way to do a little something every day. Leave the office half an hour earlier, take a walk with the family after dinner, read a novel before bed. 7. Monitor your behavior. Research shows that when you monitor behavior in writing, you're more likely to do better. That's because monitoring is a key to self-regulation, the capacity to do what it is that you say you want to do. Monitoring can take the form of a food diary, counting the number of times you keep your temper, logging the successes you've had with not worrying, and so forth. You can also monitor yourself when you put your full attention on something, not eating and watching TV at the same time, for instance. 8. Focus on the horizon. Take a tip from high-performing athletes. Look at how far you've come, not how much you have left to do. Scientists call this a horizon effect. It creates encouragement. I've done twice as much as a week ago. And it builds determination. I've made it this far. I might as well keep going. Focus on the 10 pounds you did lose, the closet you managed to clean, the $1,000 debt you wiped out, the evening you carved out for yourself. Don't forget to ask yourself how you've accomplished the task so far, so you can mine your success for ideas on how to keep going. 9. Take it one choice at a time. When we think about changing something in ourselves, it can feel overwhelming. But in truth, our entire lives are constructed of the minute-by-minute choices we're making, many of which we're not even aware of. As Gary Zukav reminds us, quote, an unconscious choice is a reaction. A conscious choice is a response, end quote. So bring your choices to consciousness. If you're having trouble sticking to your resolution, for a day, try this practice. When you're doing the old bad thing, stop and say, I'm choosing to eat this Twinkie, not work out, stay at the office to finish this project, blow up, look at my email rather than clean my desk, whatever it is. Do you like yourself when you make this choice? You can choose differently moment by moment. The next day, make the positive choice visible to yourself. I'm choosing to throw this catalog away rather than go on a spending spree. I'm choosing to take a few calming rests before speaking. I'm choosing to get my taxes done today rather than to wait till April 15th. The more you focus on the positive choice you can make this very day, without worrying about forever, the more you will live into the new habit. 10. Find someone who's doing what you want and imitate them. I have a friend who wants to lose weight. When we're together, she says, I'm going to watch what you eat and follow suit. When I set out to become more kind, grateful, and generous, I made a study of people I knew who had these qualities and tried to do as they did. It can be useful to read books or listen to tapes, but when it comes to changing human behavior, there's nothing that beats good old-fashioned role models. Babies learn by imitation. Why shouldn't adults? Who do you know that's good at what you want to learn? What do they do that you don't? The more you intentionally watch those who are living the habit you desire, the more you have to draw on when you're by yourself. Watch and learn. And don't be afraid to ask questions. How do you get all your work done and still have time for your family? Teach me your dating secrets. What makes you able to take risks? Most people love to teach if given the opportunity. 11. Teach it to someone else. A great way to really cement a new habit is to become a mentor. I was reminded of this the other day when a client of mine who'd come to me to learn patience said, You'd be so proud of me, MJ. I was helping an employee of mine be more successful, and I found your words about understanding when it's time to push and when it's time to hold back coming out of my mouth. I realized how much I'd learned about patience, and my teaching it reinforces its merits for me. One crucial tip to make this as effective as possible. Whatever you suggest to someone else, practice yourself too. In other words, be sure to take your own advice on the topic. It's a way to really walk the walk. 12. Treat yourself kindly. Anything you know, you forget. It's all about getting confused and getting unconfused. That's a piece of wisdom from Buddhist teacher Sylvia Boorstein to remind us that we're only human. We're doing the best we can. We will mess up or forget. When we do, our task is to hold ourselves in love. You and I are human beings dealing with the challenges of growth. When we treat ourselves with kindness, we don't collapse into shame or guilt, but can try again with greater wisdom for having faltered. Conscious self-creation. To exist is to change. To change is to mature. To mature is to go on creating oneself endlessly. Henry Bergson. I was reading a magazine interview with Gina Davis. She was explaining how learning archery at age 40 had changed her whole view of herself and ultimately led to her successful relationship of 8 years after 3 previous divorces. Quote, sports are 90% mental, she said in O magazine, and I came to realize that there was this inner dialogue I was constantly having, where I'd be thinking, oh, that was a horrible shot, and people must be laughing at you, and you should be so embarrassed. I realized that I was telling myself all of that during archery. I was probably doing it all the time in the rest of my life. Becoming confident in my physical abilities, acknowledging that I had a right to take up space and be happy with my performance was the final piece of the puzzle. I began to really like myself. End quote. Yes, I thought to myself, that's exactly how it works. You set out to do something new, like learning archery or volunteering at a soup kitchen or enjoying life more, and something bigger happens along the way. You become more aware of yourself, how you get in your own way, how you get unstuck, how you sustain momentum. And because how you do anything is how you do everything, what you learn applies not only to archery or becoming happier, but to everything in your life. You now know much more about how you tick, what motivates and discourages you, and what inner qualities you have available to apply to any situation. In interviewing dozens of people for this book, what I was struck with over and over is how each person, like Gina Davis, not only learned a particular new habit, but developed a larger reservoir of self-esteem. They felt satisfied, not only because they accomplished a particular goal, but because they now knew, down to their bones, that they could do it again. This kind of self-confidence is not the kind obtained by surface affirmations, but one hewn of the sweat of lived experience. They know they can do what they set their minds to do because they have. When we set out to keep a New Year's resolution, change a habit, or bring a dream into being, ultimately we're involved in the grand act of conscious self-creation. Rather than being stuck with the way we are now, we can actually choose the habits of mind and quality of soul we wish to cultivate. We can consciously choose the behaviors and skills we wish to learn, the life we wish to have, and follow through to a successful conclusion. Not perfectly, not always, because we all come with a load of baggage and life isn't always kind or fair, but to a much greater degree than we could before, because we have an experience of success to draw on. In these ways, creating a new habit brings us two precious spiritual gifts. Hope that our future will be brighter than today through the efforts that we make, and faith that we can bring into being more of what we desire in ourselves and in our lives. What more do we need to weave a life of meaning and beauty? Each of us has the opportunity to grow and change until our very last breath. Happy creating.
This has been a Gildan audio production.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
You really mean it tests. In other words, do you care enough about getting fit, finding true love, stopping compulsive shopping, or being a big brother or sister to do it despite the obstacles? Peer into your heart and listen to the answer to that question. If you can truly say yes, then you can make it happen. As the old saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Imagine your future positive self. People get so in the habit of worry that if you save them from drowning and put them on a bank to dry in the sun with hot chocolate and muffins, they wonder whether they're catching cold. John J. Chapman. I take my wisdom wherever I can find it. Recently I heard about a young man who dreamed about becoming a bull rider. The goal in the ring is to stay on the bull for 8 seconds. The first 6 months, this guy worried constantly. What if I get thrown right away? What if I get trampled? And sure enough, he kept getting thrown before the 8 seconds. Then one day he decided to try something different. Instead of worrying about all that could go wrong, he'd worry about what could go right. What will I do with the wad of money I'll make? What about all the fans who want my autograph? He's now the United States bull riding champion. As the bull rider discovered, when we imagine all the things that could go wrong, we create a lot of internal interference. Static in our minds that increases the likelihood of failure. Our emotional brains want to move away from the possibility of pain, so intentionally or otherwise, we goof up and give up. When, on the other hand, we focus on all the positive outcomes, our emotional brain is attracted by that possibility of greater pleasure, and so it helps us going towards what we want. Another reason this works is because, according to neuroscience, we humans don't think in facts, but in frames. Frames are mindsets that structure how we think. Quote, we may be presented with facts, says George Lakoff, professor of cognitive science and linguistics at UC Berkeley. But for us to make sense of them, they have to fit into what is already in the synapses of our brain. Otherwise, facts go in and then they go right back out. They are not heard or accepted. I think of frames as stories we tell ourselves about life that get confirmed over and over because we filter out any conflicting information. How this relates to change is that each of us has a frame, a story about ourselves and life that influences everything we think and do. Unless we change the frame, it will be hard to get different results in our lives. For instance, I know a woman whose mindset is that men are not to be counted on. And guess what? Her story keeps coming true. Is it because there are no reliable men? Of course not. But she interprets all behavior as proof that she's right, filtering out any time a man has been trustworthy. Here's another example of how frames get in our way. I was working with Chris, who's probably 40 pounds overweight. I'm the heaviest I've ever been, he complained. I've always been labeled the fat one in my family. When I look at pictures of myself in my teens and 20s, I was probably a normal weight. But I come from a family of obsessively thin people, so my idea of myself is huge. I never noticed this weight as it went on because the way I look now is actually the idea of myself I've always had. Chris literally ate his way into his frame of himself. Until he changes his story, his weight will not go down. One way to create a new frame is to do what the bull rider did, create a new positive story about a future self. Then making the necessary changes become possible because you've got a new story to live into. When Chris did this practice, his future self was a normal weight, neither as thin as the rest of his family, nor as obese as today. Interestingly, the future self had a new name, Christopher. Christopher enjoyed walks with his wife and lower blood pressure and cholesterol. Christopher had taken up bike riding, something that Chris had loved but had not done since he was a teen. Energized by the image of Christopher, Chris got into action. Now, 2 years later, he's even considering entering a marathon. Here's a future self letter from a woman whose resolution was to buy a house and move with a minimum of personal drama. She wrote this a day before her move. You'll see for yourself what wisdom the future self has to offer. Dear Dina of today, well, you managed to move to a new town without completely spiraling into your familiar vortex of doom. I know it wasn't easy for you to stay optimistic and level-headed in the midst of all the upheaval and chaos, but you did it. You learned to take your time making decisions, and as a result, you make far fewer bad purchases than you used to. You and your family are settled into a new routine, and you don't feel compelled to fix every little detail. You've learned a few other things about making this move easier. 1, you kept a personal private space just for yourself with the things that you immediately need at hand. 2, you don't immediately yell at Sam when things go wrong. It usually isn't his fault. You don't yell at other people either. Workmen, repairmen, and salespeople are much more likely to help you if you aren't shrieking at them. 3, you accept help from those who genuinely wish to help without an agenda, and politely decline help from those who offer it with an ulterior motive. 4, you remember that nothing is permanent. This too shall pass is a great mantra. For you to find your future and create a new positive frame, write yourself a letter from your future. Imagine it's a year from now, and that future self has accomplished what you want. The you of the future has lost the weight, become happier, found a new partner, learned to take life more easily. The future you is now writing to the you of today about what it's like and how well you're doing. What does it feel like? What surprises have come your way as a result of the change? The future you is a year older and wiser. He or she has learned a lot about how to get from here to there. What message does he have or she have to help the you of today get to that marvelous place? Understanding is the booby prize. Don't ask why a person is the way he is. Ask for what he would change. Milton Erickson, M.D. My mother tells me my very first word was the word why. I believe her. I spent the first 45 years of my life trying to unravel the mystery of why people are the way they are. I have a degree in psychology, have read tens of thousands of novels to understand the human psyche, and spent thousands of hours dissecting every person I've ever met as well as every friend I've ever had. So why do I now say so often to my clients, as author Daphne Rose Kingma once told me, that understanding is the booby prize? It's because I've finally become convinced that understanding why we are the way we are is not only not helpful, but can even prevent us from moving forward. Why can't I do this right? Why is this happening to me? Why do I always give up? We keep thinking that if only we had the answers to these questions, we'd miraculously be free from the problem itself. But these questions are the type that even if we have the answers to them, most often lead us into the dead end of despair. So what if you understand that it's because your mother toilet trained you at 6 months that your house is an absolute mess? Your house is still a wreck and you don't know what to do about it. The tendency to get stuck in the whys, it's because I'm weak, it's because I'm adopted, it's because I'm too self-controlling, it's because I don't believe in myself, is so strong there's even a name for it: paralysis by analysis. It's usually used in the business world for individuals or teams who want to continue to gather more information in lieu of taking action. But it can happen to any of us when we're so focused on the whys of our current behavior that we can't get into emotion to produce a different result. As Timothy Wilson wrote in a piece for the New York Times, summing up the scientific research on the pitfalls of too much navel-gazing, if we are dissatisfied with some aspect of our lives, one of the best approaches is to act like the person we want to be, rather than sitting around analyzing ourselves. A bit of brain science may help here. When you ask why, you engage your analytic thinking, which is an activity of the left brain. Analytic thinking is focused on the present, the information that tells me why I am the way I am today. It's a data gathering function, and boy, can it gather and arrange. Over the past 40 years, I've gathered dozens of theories of why I am the way I am, from all kinds of fascinating psychological and spiritual models. I've loved some and thrown out others. Some have given me great insight and comfort. Others seem petty or silly. I know one thing for sure: there is no end to them. But in order to change something in myself, to bring something new into being, I need to engage a different part of my brain, my right brain, where innovative thinking happens. The right brain is future-oriented. It's where our aspirations, our dreams, our longings reside. It's where creativity is born. This is the part of your brain that doesn't care that you haven't done it before. In fact, it's energized by newness and bored by routine. It's the part of you that's excited that you're learning something new and wants to help discover the way forward. Innovative thinking is not interested in why, but in what could be possible. It's intrigued with questions such as, what do I want now? What's a compelling vision to strive toward? What do I need to do to bring my heart's desire into being? Preparing for the change you're about to make, allow your right brain to help you. All it takes is switching from why thinking to what could be possible thinking. Ask what questions rather than why questions. What can I do to have more balance in my life today, rather than why am I workaholic? What help do I need right now, rather than why is this happening to me? Do you notice the difference in those two questions? One leads to rumination and stuckness, the other to creative possibilities and forward momentum. To reap the benefits of your innovative thinking and to get into motion, you need to understand two things. First, the right side of the brain loves questions, not statements. So the more you can stay in questions, the more insight you'll receive. You may also have to hold the question, meaning that the answer may not emerge immediately, but trust that it will. Second, you need to know that the right brain is relational and metaphoric. That means the answer may not come to you in a straightforward manner. It may emerge in the form of a song you can't get out of your head, or a gut feeling, or a compelling visual image. Trust that this is the answer to your question. Here's an example. Ted is drowning in papers that represent many possible business opportunities. He wants not only to get more organized, but to figure out which project to focus on. He's on the phone with me, coming up with all kinds of reasons why he can't clear his desk and choose one project over the other. I challenge him to let go of why and try an experiment. Pick up each paper and imagine you're on your deathbed and you're looking back at your life. Would you be glad to have done this project? What would it bring that matters to you? Then sort by your feelings of satisfaction and fulfillment. He did as I suggest and has now created a way forward to a meaningful career. Believe you can do it. People become really remarkable when they start thinking they can do things. When they believe in themselves, they have the first secret of success. Norman Vincent Peale. My 9-year-old daughter and I were bike riding. I was telling her that I was about to start this book, so I would not be free on the weekends for a while. "What's it called?" Anna asked. "This year I will," I replied. "People will fill in the rest of the title with what they want to do." "Oh," she replied, "you mean like believe in themselves?" I was stunned. As she had done many times before, Anna had gone right to the heart of the matter. For no matter what habit or dream you're looking to create, you can't do it without first, somehow, somewhere inside you, believe that you can. The effect of self-confidence on achieving goals has been highly researched, over 6,000 studies since 1976. It has been found to be a significant and often the most significant factor in success in relationships, work, musical performances, sports. The list goes on and on. How come? Self-confidence keeps the emotional brain out of fight or flight. And it's a reminder to our thinking brain that we can meet our goals. So if self-confidence is a good thing to have, what do you do if it's not your strong suit? It's my perspective that we don't manufacture belief in ourselves by trying to talk ourselves into it. Rather, we need concrete evidence that we have, quote, islands of competence, unquote, as Steve Jobs once referred to talents in a graduation speech. And the best place to find your islands of competence is in your past successes. No matter who you are, no matter the circumstances of your life, you have talents and skills that have produced success. Even if you feel like you've messed up over and over, you've succeeded at something. Finishing school, being a friend, painting a house, learning to cook, and you used qualities of heart and mind to do so. Perhaps you dismiss or ignore your competencies, but now it's time to inventory them in writing. To create your competency inventory, select 4 to 6 accomplishments. Write down what you did. Then look over your list of accomplishments and write down the strengths and skills you used repeatedly to create success. These are your competencies, the personal qualities you can apply to any goal. Pull out your competency inventory when you're having a crisis of confidence to remind yourself of the qualities that allowed you to succeed in the past, which you can use now. Here's an example. Sherry is a big worrier and wants to be more relaxed about her life. Her accomplishments, going to med tech school while holding a full-time job, taking a trip to Europe, doing a 5K race, creating a small nest egg. Her strengths that cross all 4 of these accomplishments include a determination to succeed, independence, and courage. She decides to treat her desire to stop worrying as she did those more concrete tasks. She will remind herself that she can succeed, remember she can do it herself, and keep going even when she's scared. Believing in yourself is built on the foundation of what you've already done in your life. If you have trouble remembering your accomplishments or tend to minimize your talents, find someone to help you. You can succeed. Give yourself the energy boost of self-confidence. And when you find yourself in doubt, try a little rain. This is a practice from Buddhist teacher James Baraz to use when the self-doubt demons have you by the throat and you can't for the life of you drum up any belief in yourself. It's called RAIN. Recognize, accept, investigate, non-identify. First,
recognize. Become aware of what's going on. Oh, here I am thinking I won't be able to do it. 2, accept. Rather than shoulding and shaming yourself, accept with kindness to yourself that this is what's going on. Yep, I'm afraid I'll fail again. Next, investigate. What are the feelings that are in your body? What images come up for you? I feel a tightness in my throat, and an image of my lying drunk on the road comes to mind. And last, non-identify. Tell yourself, these thoughts and feelings are not me. They're just passing through. I am more than these thoughts and feelings. I can choose not to respond. What if you've been down this road before? I have missed more than 9,000 shots in my career, said Michael Jordan. I have lost almost 300 games. On 26 occasions, I have been entrusted to take the game's winning shot and missed. And I have failed over and over again in my life. And that's why I succeed. I'm right back where I started, bemoaned Jan. I keep trying to rein in my credit card debt, but somehow it continues to creep up and up. If you're reading this book, there's a good chance that you've already tried, perhaps many times, to bring the change you want into being. You've lost 15 pounds only to see them come back on. Stopped smoking for months or even years. A friend of mine started again after 7 years. Done all the visioning work you want on your next career but never gotten anywhere. Started 6 novels. You get the picture. How do you get off the merry-go-round of doing the same old thing again? How, oh how, can you have faith that this time will be any different? These are important questions. That's because if your emotional brain thinks the task is too much like what you've unsuccessfully tried before, it will sabotage your efforts. So the way to start discovering the answers is to recognize that actually you're not back where you started from. You now have a wealth of information and experience from previous attempts, no matter how many those may be, to draw on this time. You know where you got stuck, what threw you off. But you can't have any access to any of it if you don't understand that life is all about learning. Carol Dweck is a professor of psychology at Stanford who studies why some people succeed and others fail. What she discovered is that when young, people develop beliefs that organize their world and give meaning to their experiences. These mental models determine the goals we pursue and the ways we go about achieving those goals. She has found that the key mental models of successful individuals are they love learning, they seek challenges and value effort, and they persist in the face of reasonable obstacles. She calls this having a growth as opposed to a fixed orientation to life. When people with a fixed orientation fail at something, they believe the situation is out of their control and nothing can be done. They lose faith in their ability to perform. They shrink previous successes and inflate failures. Anxious about failure, they abandon the effective strategies they have in their repertoire, and they give up. Those with a growth orientation do not see failure as an indictment of their capacities. For these folks, a problem is just an opportunity to learn new things. Their attention is on finding strategies for learning. When they blow it, they realize that they just haven't found the right strategy yet. They wonder how they can improve their performance the next time. They dig in and make optimistic predictions. The harder it gets, the harder I'm going to need to try. I'm going to remember what I already know about this. I'll get this soon. Where do these orientations come from? It turns out that it has to do with whether you think intelligence is fixed, that you're born as smart as you'll ever be, or changeable. You can get smarter throughout life. When provided with evidence that the brain can grow new pathways, fixed orientation college students on the verge of dropping out switched to a growth orientation and graduated. Dweck's research offers powerful evidence that when it comes to making lasting change of any sort, it's crucial to adopt a growth orientation. Like those college students, no matter what you've believed in the past, please accept the scientific evidence that you are capable of becoming smarter and more effective. When we see our minds as capable of learning, and life as a chance to grow, then everything is grist for the mill.
We don't give up when we've experienced setbacks, but learn what we can from the experience and begin again, wiser. Want further proof that success comes from accepting that you will make mistakes and that you have the ability to learn from them? Would-be neurosurgeons were studied to determine who would succeed and who would fail. The researcher discovered that the answer came down to one thing: how they responded to the following two questions. Do you ever make mistakes? If so, what is the worst mistake you ever made? Those who flunked out claimed to have never made a mistake or attributed mistakes to things beyond their control, while successful neurological students admitted to many mistakes and described what they had learned about avoiding them in the future. Like the successful students, if you've attempted this change before, think about what you could learn from your so-called failures that will help you now. Perhaps you fell off the wagon because you needed a support group, or blew the diet over the holidays, so you know you need other strategies for special occasions. Take some time right now to mine your previous attempts for what you can learn about doing it better this time. And take heart, the neural pathways you grew by practicing the new behaviors are still there. So starting over is at least a wee bit easier. If this change is something you've tried before, it can help a lot to create what my colleague Donna Markova calls an integrated narrative, meaning a story about your past, present, and future that has a growth orientation. Most often, we get mired in our past mistakes or our present stuckness when we think about a problem. When we add a positive future and connect the past, present, and future, we give our brains a story that goes from beginning to end, which helps us create that positive outcome. You need, first, an accurate description of the facts of the past, including what has and has not worked. Then the facts of the present, including what you're learning that will lead to a description of you in the future, having achieved your goal. Here's an example. Tessa has been attempting to lose 30 pounds for a couple years. Her growth story could be the past. I've tried several things such as smaller plates, which really helped, and strict diets, which has not. The present. I've cleared the junk food out of the house, and I'm learning to notice when I'm eating too much. The future. Someday I'll have no trouble eating just the right amount of the right foods. You can't get fit by watching others exercise. When all is said and done, a lot more is said than done. Lou Holtz. I was on a panel discussing my book, The Happiness Makeover. What's the hardest piece of advice in it? Asked the moderator. I took the book and put it on my head. To somehow take what's here and put it in your head. That takes doing. You can't become happier by reading about happiness. The audience nodded and laughed. We're all experts at reading and talking about change and beginners at putting change into action. But as the Chinese proverb says, talk does not cook rice. You and I have all the advice we could ever need about how to find a relationship, follow your dream, spend quality time with your kids, get better organized, build positive attitudes. We've just got to do it. In some ways, the flood of information from books and magazines and websites actually gets in our way. First, there's so much advice about what to do and how to do it that change can feel overwhelming. Should you eliminate carbohydrates for life? Should you actively pursue a relationship or surrender to singlehood and then be surprised? Should you recite affirmations or do visualizations to bring something new into being? There are a million suggestions about how to do anything, and you can really get lost. Second, we confuse reading and thinking with doing. I'm as guilty as the next person. For over a decade, I've been reading and attending workshops on Buddhism. But do I ever put my butt on a cushion and actually meditate, which is one of the main actions of a Buddhist? Hardly ever. It's easy to confuse contemplating with doing. I've had clients like this. They hire me to help them do something, become happier, achieve better work-life balance, discover what they want next in their lives. Then they proceed to talk to me every week about what they want, why they want it, and why they can't have it. Okay, I say, what action are you willing to take this week to bring you closer to your goal? Here are my suggestions. They always agree to do something, and then they're back next time, not having done anything and ready to talk about it all over again.
I've come to see that the reason they are stuck is that they see talking to me as doing the work of changing. Our